Hello, my name is Paul and I welcome you to the course Remote Access Tools, Design and Implement Botnets. Remote access tools allow one PC to monitor and control another PC over the internet. In this course, we will implement a network of multiple RATs, all controlled by a server, also called botnets. The objective of this course is to understand how botnets work by simulating one from scratch. This will make you a better security professional, whether as a malware analyst, reverse engineer, ethical hacker, or red teamer. The botnet we build will be quite harmless and not malicious, and could also be used for good, for example, remote assistance and online classroom teaching. What you will learn: we will learn how botnet network infrastructure is designed. We will use HTTP technology for client red box control systems. We will learn MySQL database creation and management for bots, PHP scripting for command and control, key logging in botnet systems, remote desktop capture for botnets, remote command execution for botnets, user interface design for command and control servers, hiding and invisibility settings for client red bots, persistence techniques for botnets, C# programming for creating client red bots, and more. Who this course is for? This course is for students who like to get started on the career path to become malware analysts or penetration testers, reverse engineering and malware analyst students, programmers who want to know how botnets are created, penetration testers, ethical hackers and red teamers, or anyone wishing to learn C# programming, PHP scripting, and MySQL in a fun and exciting way. Prerequisites: you need a Windows PC. Some C#, PHP, and MySQL knowledge will be helpful, but not mandatory. My background: I'm a retired college lecturer, and I've been teaching computer science and IT for more than 20 years. I welcome you to this course, and I see you inside. Hello and welcome to the lecture on installing the tools for developing botnet RATs. Let's first talk about what is a botnet RAT. Botnet RAT are multiple clients RAT, so collectively they comprise botnet. In this diagram here you will see that on the left are several different client RATs all spread out all over the network or the internet, and all of them will connect back to a command and control server. So one control server can manage multiple client RATs. So this is a distinguishing characteristic of a multiple client RAT. However, both of the components, the client RAT and the control server, make use of different kinds of technologies. So for example, for the client RAT, the functionality of it as a bot is to fetch commands from the control server and then execute and return the results back to the control server. So what it needs to have is an exe file which runs on the victim's computer, and the client RAT is usually secretly installed or hidden invisibly in the victim's computer, and we use a .NET Framework C# platform in order to create the client RAT. On the command and control server, it functions as a web server, and it has got a graphical user interface which allows the attacker to monitor the client RAT and also to send commands. Usually the commands can be typed in, or there could be buttons where the user may click on the button in order to create the command and send it over to the client RAT. And then the command and control server needs to be able to have a database that can store multiple clients' record. That's why we need to run a database server. And in this case, we use the free version of a database server called MySQL. And then for the web server, we use Apache Web Server. And then the language that is used to write the application on the server is called PHP. All of these can be found in the program called XAMPP. When you download XAMPP, it will contain the web server, the PHP language, as well as the MySQL database. So the command and control server will first issue the command by either typing the command in the text input command field, or by the attacker clicking on a button. Then step 2, the client RAT will fetch the command. How does the client RAT do that? The client RAT will have a kind of a timer which whenever it's being triggered at regular intervals, it will go out to the internet and connect to the command and control server and retrieve whatever command that is stored there. Now these commands are stored on the command control server when the attacker clicks on the respective command buttons or types them into the command input field. So once the client RAT fetches a command back, it will then execute it. After executing it, it has to upload the result of the execution back to the control server. So the control server will then be able to show the result of the execution of the command through the interface. There will be a kind of interface there which shows the result of the execution. So that will be number 4, client monitoring process. So in order to have this ability to do all those things, the command and control server will make use of these different technologies from the client RAT. So that's why I say there are two different set of functionalities here. The client RAT uses a certain kind of functionalities, and the command and control server uses a different set of functionalities. And therefore, we have two different frameworks. The .NET framework for C# will be used for building the client RAT, and PHP will be used for building the command and control server. So that is why we have two different frameworks. Now the reason why we use a database rather than storing those information of the client in files is because the database is robust. It is strong and it's powerful, and it can store records of multiple clients easily. Server architecture. This is a diagram showing you a more in-depth look at the architecture of the command and control server. So the command and control server, within it, will have three components, as you can see here. The main component, the one which is facing the internet and accepting connections from the clients as well as sending back commands to the clients, will be the web server. And in this case, we will be running Apache web server. And then there's also a database running on the back end, and in this case we are running a MySQL database server. And in order to communicate between the web server and the MySQL database, we need to use a language, a programming language, a scripting language called PHP. So PHP will be used to build the applications that run on the web server and which communicates with the database server. Now, the database server's function is to keep a record of all clients which connect to the web server, and it will keep example of attributes which are being recorded, which are being kept are, for example, the name of the client. The name here will refer to the machine name, whatever it might be, and then the operating system as well, whether it's Windows 10, Windows 8, Windows 7, whatever, and the IP address of the client as well, and also the command that is supposed to be executed by the client, and also a kind of return data. That means whatever the result of the execution that needs to be retrieved back from the client will be stored there as well, and many other things as well, as you can add them as you go along. So this is a very important functionality of a database server. That's why we need to have a database server, because it needs to keep a record of all these here. So these are the client tools that we will need to install. So for the client tools, we need to have Visual Studio Community Edition. Community means free edition of the Microsoft Visual Studio, and the latest at the time of recording is 2022. And you need to install the C#.NET development components. And you can download Visual Studio Community from this link here. Then for the server tools, we will install XMPP. So XMPP can be downloaded from this link here. And then for writing the PHP scripts, we need to have a text editor, and I recommend using Notepad++. Now bear in mind that all these are free tools. Then there's also optional tools which you can download if you want. That is to create a virtual machine. So a virtual machine is an operating system that lives inside of your host operating system. So if you have your computer is already running Windows 10, you can run another Windows 10 inside it using this tool called Oracle VirtualBox. So if you want to install this, you can download Oracle VirtualBox from this link here, and then to create a virtual machine inside the VirtualBox, you can download Windows 10 from this link here. So this is a free version of Windows 10, and it's a legal copy, license copy. You can download it here. So these are the three main categories of tools which you will be using for this course, and the third one is optional. The first two category is mandatory. So in the next video, we shall go ahead and install the client tool and the server tools. So that's all for this video. Thank you for watching. Hello and welcome. In this practical, we are going to install the client tools and the server tools. So first, open your Chrome browser and go to this link here, or you can search for it from Chrome itself. Search for download Visual Studio Community, and then click on the link here. And then here, the latest at the time of recording is Visual Studio 2022. So just click on this to download it. So this one is the community edition for Visual Studio. So you will see here the installer. So double click on it and run. And then here click continue. You will now be presented with the options. So the one we want is .NET desktop development. Click on this. And then here are the details. Some of these we don't need, so we can just uncheck those which we don't need. That will save us some disk space and also make it quicker to download. So these are the only essentials that we need. Then once you are satisfied with that, just click install. And then here it says install while downloading. So just click install. So I've already installed, so I won't go through it again. So the next thing you want to do is to download your server tool XMPP. So you can go to this link here, or you can search through Google Chrome, and this is the link. And the one you want is this one, 64-bit version. Just click on this to download. So after you downloaded it, just double click to start it. That I've also done. And once you've downloaded and installed it, you can run it from here. Type XMPP, and then you open up the XMPP control panel, and you can start your web server, your Apache, and also your MySQL from here. So we'll do that later. Now we just want to focus on installation. Next one is an editor, Notepad editor. So you can download from this link, or you can search from your Chrome browser. Download Notepad++. Click enter, and then here click on this to go to their website, and click on this to download. So after you have downloaded it, you will see on the desktop. So you can open it like this. So this is the editor we'll be using for writing our PHP scripts. Then the next one is optional. Oracle VirtualBox, you can download from this link if you wanted to. So you can download Oracle VirtualBox. And then click on this link to download Oracle. Go to the website. And once you're there, just click on this link here, Windows Host, and download it. After you have downloaded it, just install it and follow the instructions. And then you also need to have Windows 10. So you can download Windows 10 from this link here, or you can just search for it. Download Windows 10. And you can see this is the official ISO image here, so you can click on that. And then click on this one. So click download tool. The download tool will allow you to create your ISO image. So you need to click download tool. And once the download tool is downloaded, this is the media creation tool. Just double click on it. Click accept. And then select create installation media for another PC, and then click next. And then just follow the instruction. Once you have completed that, you should have an ISO image. So this is an example of the ISO image. I've renamed it, make it shorter, just calling it windows.iso. So this is a real copy of Windows 10, size about 4.49 gig. So after you've downloaded created the ISO image using the media creation tool from Microsoft, you are ready to create your virtual machine. So to create your virtual machine, you need to fire up your Oracle VirtualBox, which is like this. And then to add a new virtual machine, just go to the top here, click Machine New, and then you can call it Windows 10. I'm going to put demo at the back because I already have one, and then click on next. Make sure it's Windows 10 64-bit. Click on next, and then here, okay, if you don't see the 64-bit thing there, if you don't see 64-bit, that means you have not enabled virtualization. To enable virtualization for your machine, you need to go into the BIOS and then turn on VTX. Right? You can find out from the internet how to do that, because every machine is different. Every machine, the way you enter the BIOS is different. So just Google for it and you should find how to turn on virtualization. Only then you'll be able to see 64-bit. Otherwise, you only can see 32-bit here. Now just give a name for it. Windows 10. And then click next. And then give about 2 gig of RAM. Nothing to change. Click create. Click next. Then dynamically as allocated. Next. And then here, give about 50 gig, or maybe 80 gig will be better. Click create. And now it's going to power on. Click start. Now you ask for the Windows ISO. For me, it's already detected because I've installed it before. For your case, you need to click on this and then click add, and then go to navigate to the Windows ISO and then click open. After that, click choose and click OK. That's all. And then you run the installation process for Windows 10 like any other installation. I'm just going to quit because I already done it. So after you have installed your Windows 10, it should be here. You can click start to run it. So I've already started it like this. Now you can go to, in order to go to full screen and also to be able to share files between the virtual machine and your host, you need to install Guest Edition CD. You need to install Guest Edition CD. So to do that, go to devices, click on this. Once you click on that, you can go to your PC. There should be this new link icon here. So just double click on this and then select this one and double click on this to install. After installing this, you should be able to go to full screen, right? And then you should also be able to share files between your virtual machine and your host. So in order to share files, you need to create a shared folder. That means go to your C drive, create a folder called shared. So this folder will be sharing files between your host and your virtual machine. And then next thing you need to do is to enable the shared folder. So to do that, come over here, click on settings, and then under shared folders, click add, and then select your shared folder. Go to your C drive, and click on shared. Click select folder. Okay, and then you should also uncheck read only. You should uncheck read only, check auto mount, check make permanent, and click OK. So from now on, whatever files that you want to share from the virtual machine to the host, you can just go to this PC and then put your files in here. Once you put your files in here, you can then go to your host machine and retrieve that file by going to here. The other way is also true. If you want to share files from the host to the guest, you also put your files in here, and then when you go to your guest, you just double click this to retrieve the file. That's it. Okay, so that's all for, I think, the next thing you want to install. Alright, so I think we have completed the installation thing. I've showed you how to do all three, and this one, if you don't want to use a virtual machine, it's optional. It's up to you. So the virtual machine is simulating a different computer, so that's why I install it, but it is not really necessary if you don't want to. In my walkthroughs, practical walkthrough, I'll be using the virtual machine to run a server, and I'll be using my host machine to run as a client. So that's how I set up, but you can do it the other way. you can run both your server as well as your client on the same machine if you want. That means if you don't want to install VirtualBox virtual machine, then you can skip that. You can install both your client and your server on your host. That is also okay. I leave it entirely to you. Okay, so that is all for this practical walkthrough on installing the tools. Thank you very much for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome to the introduction to our XAMPP. After installing XAMPP, in order to start the program, you can go to the bottom left corner here, click on Start, and then you can search for XAMPP. And you will find XAMPP Control Panel. Just click on it to start the control panel. The control panel here, the two most important components are the web server, which is called the Apache web server, and the MySQL. The other three are unused as we did not install them. And then to start the Apache web server, just click on Start, and you will see the status at the bottom here. Status change detected, running. And then you can see the port is 80 and 443. 80 is a default port that it listens on. 443 is the SSL port, but we are not going to use 443. We are just going to use 80. And then to start the SQL server, we click on the Start Server here. This is how we start our web server and SQL server, and you can see the status for SQL server is also started. Status change detected, running. The order of starting is important. You need to start your web server first before you start your SQL server. And when you want to stop, you reverse the order. You stop the SQL server first, and then you stop the Apache server. That is the status. That is the sequence of starting and stopping. After you click on start your Apache server, you can confirm that it is running by looking for the port. Go to command prompt down here, look for CMD and start the command prompt. Then you can click on Start netstat-dan, hit enter. Netstat is a command to list all the ports that are open. TAN means listen for TCP ports and list down the TCP ports in all of them. A means all, N means in numerical format. So here you see port 80 is running, so you know that our Apache web server is running. And then now we're going to start the SQL server. When you click on Start, you can come back here and clear the screen first by typing CLS to clear screen, and then repeat the command by pressing the up arrow key to go back to the previous command, and then hit enter. And now you examine it, you can see that 3306 is open. So 3306 is the port for SQL. So 80 is for Apache, 3306 is for SQL. That's how you confirm that it is open. The other thing you must take note of is where do you put your web pages for Apache. So to find out your web page, go to your C drive for this PC, go to the XAMPP, and then open htdocs. So all your web page is put in here. And if you want to visit your web page here, you open your command, open a browser, and then you can go to localhost, hit enter, and you will see it will redirect you to this page. So this page is coming from index.php. So you can create your own index.php and put it here. If you don't have any default page, it will default to index.php. So at the back here, when you are opening localhost here, like this, you hit enter, it is actually going to index.php. It's the same thing. So it will redirect you to this dashboard inside here. So we are going to put our own index page here, so we should not have this here. So we can rename this. So we just right click, rename it, with the underscore at the back to disable it. We are going to put our own index.php. Note that in the web server, everything you want to show to the public, you put in htdocs. That only applies to your XMPP. If you're running a web server on the Linux machine, then the location will not be htdocs, it will be in another location. So for XMPP, we put it in htdocs. So now we can create our web page over here, and we can, for example, create a simple web page. For example, we create index and then text, and then we can call it index and then .php. We can also call it index.html. What's the difference? HTML pages are static pages. That means you cannot generate any dynamic content. But index.php is dynamic. It can generate content dynamically on the fly. So that's the difference. So in this course, we are mostly going to concern with index.php, PHP scripts rather than HTML. Now to edit, you can right click on it and then open with Notepad++, which you have installed earlier. A simple web page will be HTML like this with a HTML tag, and then we have a closing HTML tag, and then inside we have a head, and then a closing head, and then below that we have the body, and then the closing tag for the body. This is a basic skeleton for a HTML page. With the head will contain the title. The title will be showing up here in the title bar of your browser. So you can put a title, say title, like this. And then for the body is what will be shown in the content of the browser. So here you can put a message. We use header 2. Header 2 means bigger font size, and the closing tag. So everything contains opening and a closing tag. The closing tag has a /, as you can see. HTML here, and the closing tag has a /, and then the head here and the closing tag for head has a /, and then the body open here and the closing tag for the body has a /. Same with the title, open title and closing title, open h2 tag and closing h2 tag. All comes in pairs. So we can save this now, and then if you try to open now this web page, localhost, hit enter, you will find the welcome there, and the title here shows title test. So title test comes from this here, and the welcome comes from here. So this is how it works. Alright, and then we can also use PHP. So PHP and HTML can mix together. So in order to use PHP, we have to close this and rename this file to become PHP. Rename this to be PHP. So now it becomes a dynamic content. So you can modify it. Now we can keep the HTML code there, and then we can add our PHP on top if we want. So to add a PHP, we have to use the opening tag for PHP, which is a question mark followed by PHP, and then the closing of your PHP script will be somewhere at the bottom here. You can put a question mark and like this. So whatever inside here is your PHP script. A very simple one is to echo back a message. Hello, I am PHP generated, like this, and semicolon. So echo means that you are sending the string back to the browser. So let's test it out. So let's go to here, localhost, hit enter. So when you hit enter without any parameters, it means you are accessing your index.php. That is the default. So hit enter and you can see this is what you get. Top here is the dynamically generated reply coming from PHP. and the bottom here is the HTML coming from the bottom here. So PHP and HTML can coexist in the same file. That is the power of PHP. PHP was designed to be inserted inside HTML pages. So that's the power of it. So PHP is dynamically generating your content. HTML is static, it is fixed. So in PHP you can put any kind of logic like if-else statements, and then do calculations and so many other things you can do. So PHP is powerful. You can use it to create any kind of apps that reside on the server. PHP, the source code for PHP is never shown inside your HTML. So if you were to right click and view your page source, you will not see any PHP script here. You only see your HTML script text. See, your PHP, the echo part here doesn't show in here. The PHP executes on the server, but it never sends its source code come down to the browser. That is the security feature of PHP. So this is how it works. Alright, so now in our course, the client that will be used to access the PHP script is most of the time the client RAT itself. So the client RAT itself will be written in Visual C#, and it will be accessing this PHP script. So right here we are using a browser to access the PHP script. Later on I will show you how to write a client RAT that can access this PHP in the way we are doing it here like this. Right? Now there's another thing I want to point out to you. Presently in this practical walkthrough, I'm using a virtual machine, as you can see. So my virtual machine is running inside my host machine. So this is my virtual machine, which is starting from here, and I'm running my server in the virtual machine. Now if I wanted to test access the server from my host, I have to set my virtual machine network to host only. So we click on settings here, select a virtual machine, click on settings and go to the network settings, make sure it's host only adapter. So when you do that, your virtual machine itself will have an IP address. So you can check that from the host by going to CMD and then ipconfig. Ipconfig is to list all the network that is available on this device. So here is you can see here there are a few IP addresses. The one which is bound to the virtual machine and the virtual host is this one. 192.168.56.1 is the IP address of this host for purposes of connecting to the virtual machine. And then down here I have another IP address which is 192.168.101.16, and this IP address is bound to my Wi-Fi, and this is IP address I use to go out to the internet. But to connect to my virtual machine, I use a different IP address. So this IP address is given by your Oracle VirtualBox. So you just make use of it. So your virtual machine will also have a similar IP address like this, but it will not be 56.1. It will be 56 and another number here. So how to check that? Just go back to your virtual machine, fire up your CMD, or it's already open here, and you can check your, let me clear the screen first, CRS clear screen, and you type ipconfig, and you can see here your address is 192.168.56.101. So the virtual machine address is 192.168.56.101, but your host address, that means the address of this host, is 192.168.56.1. So they are both belonging to the same network. Network address is identified from the 3 bytes. The first 3 bytes, 192.168.56, will tell you the host address. So you can see they are the same host address. Only the last one is different because the last one identifies the machine itself. So if I wanted to connect to my web server inside the virtual machine from the host, I can also do that. So I can open my browser on the host. So now I have a browser from the host, and I will key in the IP address of the server 192.168.56.101, and I will get my response from the server, from the host. So my host is now connecting to my server inside the virtual machine, and I'm getting back the same response. So this is how you can use your virtual machine to run a different operating system and also to run your web server. And then here you can use your client coming from your host machine to access your server inside the virtual machine, right? Using this kind of IP addresses. Alright, so if you did not install the virtual machine, then no worries, you can run everything in your host and it will still work the same. The only thing then different is now you have to use localhost like this, localhost. Okay, then you can connect to your server in your host itself. Okay, so that's all for how this PHP works. And before you close everything, remember to shut it down, stop here, SQL, and stop for Apache. That's it. So that's all for this practical walkthrough. Thank you for watching. Hello and welcome to the practical on how to create a client RAT, or a bot, a client RAT bot that will be able to connect to our server. So to start off, we are going to fire up our Visual Studio Code. So go to the bottom and type in Visual Studio and then look for it over here and just click on it to launch Microsoft Visual Studio. And so this is how it looks like when it's launched. For me, I've got several other projects already. For your case, this will be empty. The first thing we need to do is create a folder for our projects. So open your C drive and then create a new folder. Here, just right click here and click folder. We will call it RAT Projects 3. RAT Projects 3. So all our projects will be put in this folder. Now we come back to our Visual Studio Code and then here click on Create New Project. Select C#, Windows, Console. You can drop down this and select Console. And then here select Console App.NET Framework. Click Next. And here change the name of the project. Call it RATPod. Solution name, let it be the same, and then here navigate to your new folder which you have created, which is your RATbot, RAT Projects 3. So this is the new project, the new folder, and then now click on Create. You then create a basic template with some code already inserted for you. The namespace is unique. You uniquely identify your project RATbot. This is the name of the project. Inside here is a class, so every time you create a new program, it will be a class. This is object-oriented programming. Everything is based on classes. And then this is the name of your class. So whenever you create a class for console app, the default name is program. And every program has got a main method. In C#, the functions are called methods. So this is a function. We usually call functions methods in C#. So there's always a main method which begins the start of the program. Every time this program starts, it will look for the main method and start from here. These are command line arguments which you can pass to your program if you are running this from command line. Most of the time we just ignore it. We don't change anything, leave it as it is. Static means that you can run this program, this method, without instantiating an object. In object-oriented programming, whenever you want to use a object, you must first create an object from the class. But in this case, because this is the first program, this is the first class, there is no object, so therefore you have to have a static. Static means you can run the method without first creating an object. So now inside here, what we want to do is create a variable, an object, call it webclient. We use the static keyword because this is all being done without creating objects. So webclient, your object name is webclient, new webclient. So in object-oriented programming, whenever you want to create object out of the class, you use the constructor. This is the constructor. So whenever you want to call a constructor for a class, you must use the new keyword. Then you give a name of the object that you want to create, and then the type of class that you want to create from. So as you can see, when I type webclient here, we see the red underlined squiggly line. This means that something is wrong. So just hover your mouse over it and then click on show potential fixes. Then these are the possible fixes. The one we want is this, using systemnet. So click on this. So you will insert this library that contains this class. Now that the error goes away. On the top here, these are all the libraries that you want to use. The word using means to import a library. So these are all libraries which contains definition of several methods that you can use. So in this case, we are using this one, systemnet. The grayed out part means that you have not used those methods, those classes yet, although you import them. The solid black one means that you're already using it in here. For example, over here, webclient is coming from system.net. So what is a webclient? A webclient is a web browser, but in the program form. So this will take the place of your Google Chrome or your Firefox browser, and you can use this to connect to the server. So now we are going to create a perpetual while loop, while true. So in programming, a while loop allows you to loop over and over again. So when you put true here, that means you want to loop perpetually, non-stop. That is the meaning of true. So the condition here is always true. Therefore, it makes it loop perpetually. But because it loops perpetually, you need to pause it. Otherwise, it will consume a lot of your CPU resources. So in order to pause it, we can use the system threading sleep method. System.threading.thread.sleep. And here you can specify how long you sleep. Put 2000 milliseconds. And when you're about to type in the parameters, this helpful pop-up will show you how the usage of this function, this method sleep. So sleep method comes from the thread class, which comes from the threading class, which comes from the system class. So here, put a semicolon to end the expression. So this while loop will loop, and then every time it loops, you pause 2000 milliseconds, then loop again, and then pause 2000 milliseconds and loop again. So it loops every 2 seconds. And then from here, every time it loops, we want to download something from the server. Alright, so in order to download something from the server, we have to use the webclient. So we can type something like this, webclient dot download. You see, when you type this IntelliSense, this is called IntelliSense. IntelliSense try to predict what you want to do, so it helpfully shows you the completion for this. So if you want to accept this completion, you just press tab key and it completes for you. See that? Very helpful. This is the power of Visual Studio. So over here, you can put in a parameter for this. So the parameter for this is your web server. So you can just key in your web server here, which is for me it's 192.168.56.101. And then we are going to connect to PHP scripts which I have not yet written, but we are going to write soon. Or you can just put index.php. Alright, so this is the default web page, index.php. So once you are going to download something from this index.php and then save it in a string. So we have to declare a string here. Maybe you can say command from server or string from server, like this, string from server. So when it connects to index.php, index.php will echo a string. So the string which comes back will be stored in this variable called string from server. Okay, and then once you receive that, you can just print out by using console.writeLine. Just press the tab key when you see this, and it will complete for you. Alright, so let's save this now. Over here, you can change this to release. Debug means it will allow you to debug this inside your workspace. If you're not going to debug, you can just change it to release. Then save it and then build. Click here and build. Okay, in order to run this, you press Control Function F5. Then it will run. So now it is looping every 2000 milliseconds. It's looping, but nothing is happening because there is no server to connect to. Alright, so we are going to fix that now. We close this and then we fire our server over here. Our server, start it. If you did not install a virtual machine, but instead you install your server on the host, then you don't have to start your virtual machine. So what we want to do is to start the XAMPP server on the virtual machine. If you have your XAMPP installed on your host, then you can directly go and start it on your host. So for me, I'm going to go here and find my XAMPP server and start it. Start server, start the SQL as well, and then I'm going to modify my index.php. So I'll have to go to my htdocs folder. And now I'm going to open my index.php, and here I'm going to echo something back. Alright, I'm going to delete this bottom part and just leave only this part, and save it. Save. Alright, so now I can come back to this program, my client, my RAT bot, and then run this again by pressing Control Function F5. Can you see that? You're getting this string every 2000 milliseconds. You get this from the server. So how it works is every 2000 milliseconds it will loop. Each time it loops, it will connect to the server at this address, and then at this it will fetch this index.php. So when it calls the index.php, it will execute. It will execute on the server. So when the server executes index.php, it will echo back this string. So this string will be sent back to your client. So when your client receives this string, it will store in this variable called string from server. So string from server then will be printed out to the screen using console.writeLine, and that is why you're seeing this every 2000 milliseconds. You are seeing this. So let's do an experiment. Let's try to change the string here, see what happens. So let's say I change the string here. Say hello. Save it. So now let's see what happens. See that? Say hello. So now every 2000 milliseconds it's going to fetch the string from the server, from the echo, and then it will display here. Now we can make use of this characteristic to execute a command. Now supposing when your client receives say hello, it will pop up. You want your client to do something. Let's say we want the client to pop up a message box with a hello message. How do we do that? Okay, let's close this first. Now note that you can also click this to run your client directly, alright? And it just gives you this nag telling you can continue debugging without the debug view. Just continue debugging, and then you can see say hello coming out there. It's the same thing. Alright. The other way to run your client is to go to your build folder. So your build folder, remember, is your RAT project 3, RAT board again. There's a bin folder. Inside it you have your debug and release. So whenever you click select the release build, your exe will be created in here, and then you can run it from here like this. See that? So it's connecting to the server and fetching the string. Okay, if you have selected debug build from here and then click on build, then you can go to your debug folder and get the debug version. Debug version will be bigger because it contains debugging symbols inserted. If you are going to do this for release, then you should select the release build instead of the debug build. So these are the different ways you can run. Okay, so now let's do something useful. Let's say we want the server to send a command to the client to show a message box. So what we can do is we can test. So I think this video is getting long. I will pause here and we'll continue this in the next lesson. Thank you for watching. Okay, welcome back. In the previous lesson, we already created our PHP script in the server. So your PHP script is merely to echo back say hello. So what we want is whenever your client receives the say hello string, we want it to pop up a message box with a greeting hello world. So far the client has got this code which loops perpetually, and each time it loops, it will fetch this, it will call this index PHP, and the index PHP will execute and then echo back a string. So what we want to happen is when this string is received, it is saved here, and then it's going to check what string is received. So we can do a checking here. We can check for the string that is being received by using an if statement. So an if statement is a way to add conditional logic. Alright, so here you can say if string from server, and then here we put contains. Contains means to check whether it contains a string. So what string we want to check for? We want to check for say hello. So if the string from server contains this string say hello, we want to do something. Okay, so we can pop out a message box dot show, and then here what do you want to show? Hello world. Okay, so now you have to import the library. So hover your mouse here, click on show potential fixes, and then here select using system window form from system window form. Select this one and it will insert this library for you like that. Okay, this show here should be caps, so dot show like this. Okay, that's done. Now we save it, and then now we can run it. We can put debug build and click run. Okay, see that? It shows hello world. Alright, we click close. After 2 seconds it shows hello world again. Now how it works is, you will check. Let me pause this, close it. Every 2000 milliseconds it will run and it will check. It will fetch the string from here, from this index PHP on the server, save it here, and it will check whether the string contains say hello. If it does contain say hello, then it will go and show a message box. Okay, so that's how it works. Okay, so that's how it works. Let's try to do an experiment now. Here, instead of echo say hello, we say nothing. Alright, so now we are going to run our program from here directly. Use a debug build, or we use the release build. That means we build a release build from here, save it, build a release build, and then we come to the bin release folder and double click this directly. Okay, see that? So it doesn't show the message box because the command that comes back from the server is to say nothing. Okay, now let's say we change the command here, echo say hello, and then we save. The moment we save here, notice what happens. Hello world pops up in the client side because it is now fetching the string say hello. So when the say hello comes in, you pop up the message box hello. So this is how we can use a server to control the client's behavior, and this is a principle we are using when we are going to build our client, multiple client RAT botnet system. Alright, so your server is going to be inside here and is going to issue the command. This is also known as a command and control server. Now remember, in the first few lectures I did explain the concept. From the earlier slides, the concept is like this. We have a command and control server which will issue commands to the client RAT. Now you know how it works. The client RAT is merely a loop in here, which loops, and each time it loops, it continues to fetch commands from the server. So the server will then put whatever commands it wants for the RAT to do, and when the RAT fetches the command, it will execute it accordingly based on what it sees. So this is how it works, and we have just done a proof of concept by using this code. Okay, so I hope this is clear to you, the concept that we are trying to create here. So to make this useful, instead of string from server, we can actually rename this to something more meaningful. Let me stop this first. You can call this command from server instead of string from server. Command from server, CMD from command. Now instead of changing here, we can change all strings immediately by doing this. Right click, rename, and then if you change here, you see this pops up. So whatever you change here will change throughout the code. So when I change one time here, all the others change as well. Click apply. See that? Everything changes as well. Okay? Alright, so this one, instead of index, let's make, give a more meaningful name. Get server commands. Get server commands. And save. So because we changed the name of the PHP script, we also have to come back here and rename this as get server commands. Get server commands.php. Okay, so it's exactly the same, you just rename everything. So this is more meaningful. Now we know what this script is supposed to do. It's supposed to get server commands. Right? Click save. You can close this now. This is normal there. Alright. Can we open? Alright, so this is the same script, just a different name. Now over here, we now rebuild this again. Save everything, build, rebuild RATbot, and then we head over to our binary folder. Okay, there are two errors. Let's check it out. Okay, missing an assembly reference. Alright, so it wants us to put assembly reference, so no problem. We come back here. If you are seeing this error, this is how you fix it. Right click on this, add reference, and here go to system, Windows Forms, system, Windows Form, check on this, click OK, and this should go away. All the errors should go away. Okay, now you save it, rebuild. No errors. Okay, fine. So now we can come back here and run this, and it should work the same way. See that? Exactly the same. So now it's more meaningful because we give it meaningful names. You see that? So every 2000 milliseconds, it will loop, and it will go and fetch this script called get server commands. So after when it runs the script on the server side, the script will execute. So the script will execute, and it will just return say hello. Here, say hello. It will return the string say hello, and then when let me just kill the client, otherwise it gets in the way. Alright, so when it sends back this command say hello, our client will then get that say hello string, save it to a variable called command from server, and then after that you will check what is actually contained in the command from server. Does it contain say hello? Yes. So if it contains say hello, you pop out a message box to show a hello world. So this gives us flexibility. We can implement many different commands if we want. For example, you can put another if else here. If else, then we copy this from here. We can check for a second command. Now, let's say the second command says say goodbye, or say bye for short. Then we can give a different kind of message. We can pop up a message box, say goodbye. Like this. Okay, so now you can see this in action. We are going to save, then rebuild. Okay, so now we come back to our server. Now it says to say hello, right? Okay, so we run it now. Okay, it's saying hello. See that? Say hello. So let's say we want it to say goodbye. So we just have to go back to our server here, this script, and then change this to say goodbye. Click save, and here you should see different behavior. Oh, it should be say bye, sorry, say bye. Say bye. Say bye. Okay, there you go. Say bye. Alright? Because here we are checking for this thing say bye, not say goodbye. Okay, so this is how it works. So you can see now the concept of how to implement remote command execution. This is how you do it. Okay, so on the server side, you just echo back whatever command that you want the client to do, and then your client will obediently obey. Alright, he fetches the command, he will check what is the string itself, and then he will just perform whatever it's supposed to do. You can also play an alert. For example, if you want the client to play an alert, so you can so if the command contains a beep, then you could, if you receive a beep command, then you could run a beep console.beep like this. So console.beep, we have two parameters, 500 frequency, and I think 200 is the duration, or is it the other way around? Okay, let's see. You can put your, okay, you see here console.beep, and then you have two different variation. Okay, first one is the frequency. When you click on this, it shows you the two possible parameters. One is without parameter, and then you click down here, it shows you the second version, which accepts two parameters. The first parameter is your frequency. So let's say we want it to be 500 Hertz, and second one will be your duration, let's say 200 milliseconds. Alright, so now we can execute three different commands: say hello, say goodbye, and beep. So now we are going to do this again. Reboot. Okay, let's stop this. Let us first stop this, and then save, and then rebuild. Alright. Okay, so now we are going to run our new RAT bot. Our new RAT bot from here. This time you can execute three different commands. Now it's saying goodbye. Alright. So now we go back to our server and we change this to beep. Then we save it. Okay, I think the string is wrong. Lowercase beep. Change this to lowercase beep. So we rebuild. Okay, so we save it and we rebuild it. Okay, no errors, so we run it. Okay, so we go back to the client now, go back to the server and change the command. Okay, it's supposed to beep now. Let's wait for it. I'll change my speaker to my computer speaker so you can hear the beep. Okay, you hear that? Okay, every 2000 milliseconds it beeps. Okay, if I want to change the behavior, I don't want it to beep anymore. All I have to do is go back here and change this to something else. Do nothing. I click save. So now it will stop beeping because it's not supposed to do anything. Okay? If I want it to beep, I go back to the server and change this to beep, and I click save, and it starts to beep again on the client side. See that? If I wanted to pop up a message to say bye, I just say bye on the server side. I save this, and here it will pop up a message box to say goodbye. Alright. Okay, so this is a simple way to implement a remote client execution. So of course later on we are going to develop a very nice graphical user interface. Instead of manually typing in the screen here, we are going to implement a very beautiful user interface for the server side, for the command and control server, so that you can have buttons to click on and so on to execute command rather than manually typing it. But for now I just wanted to make it simple so that you can understand easily what's happening behind the scenes. Okay, so that's all for this practical walkthrough. Thank you for watching. Hello and welcome to the introduction to simple file-based commands for issuing commands to RAT bot clients. So we are now going to learn two things. First, we are going to create a graphical user interface for our system where we can enter commands into a graphical user interface. And secondly, we are going to come up with a system whereby we can save commands on the server and then let the client retrieve the command for execution. And this is a simple architecture, and you can see the center is a web server, and we have two new scripts which we are going to create. One script is the control server PHP. This one will display the graphical user interface when you open a browser, for example a Chrome browser, and access this PHP script, control server. It will return a nice user interface. And then in the user interface, the user will be able to click on commands, and then the command can be saved. The user will be able to enter the command and then click execute, and that command will be saved in the file. So the command will be entered in the web browser, and then once you click execute, a file will be created and the command will be saved in the file. And then every 2 seconds the client RAT will call this script. The client RAT will call this script get server commands from the web server, and then this script will then open this file, read the contents of it, and then fetch the command back, and then it will destroy the file, delete the file. The client will then execute the command. So this is how the simple file-based command architecture works. So in the next video, we are going to have a practical walkthrough where we will implement this new system. Note that this system is a simple system and is good for proving as a proof of concept of how we can use communication between the command and control server and the client using a file. And in later lectures, I will show you how to use a database instead of a file. So that's all for this video. See you in the next one. Thank you for watching. Hello and welcome back. In this practical, we are going to redesign the user interface so that we will have a proper user interface for the command and control server. So go ahead and download this server code from the resource section. Inside it, you will find 3 files: the control server PHP, the get server commands PHP, and the server icon PHP. So after you have downloaded it and unzipped it, put these 3 in your htdocs folder. So now your htdocs folder will have this new file, control server PHP, get server commands PHP, and also a server icon. So now you can run your server, start it, and then after that you can open a browser. You can open a browser either locally or remotely, it's up to you. If I open locally, I will open it from here and I will key in localhost and I will type the command control server .php, and you should have a nice user interface like this. So how does this work? Let me explain the code for you. So I'll open the control server script and explain to you how it works. So on top here you have your HTML form which creates this user interface here. So this part here are the style commands. So the style, I will specify the Arial type, font, and then also the alignment to be in the center. And the background color is sky blue. This is the hex code for this sky blue here. The padding is 20 pixels. That means the padding between the elements are 20 pixels. And then for the button, this button, the padding is 20 pixels around. And these are called CSS styles. And we normally put them in the header section of the HTML code. So whatever CSS styles that you put here will be available for use inside the HTML page itself. And then inside the body of the form of the HTML page, you will have a div section. A div is a way to separate your parts of the page into several different sections. And here I've created a div starting here and ending here, and inside it I put my server icon on top. So the server icon on top is appearing on top here, this server icon, and this is the file server icon png here. And then below that we create a form. The form starts from here and ends here, and inside the form we put a text, please enter your command, and this is what you are seeing here, please enter your command. And I also have an input text here, which is this text here, and the size is about 35% of the width. And inside here the type of the input is called text. So text means that you can type your text inside here, whatever it might be, you're able to type it here. And then below that I put another input type, but this one is a type submit, which means it's a button. So the value is a label that is shown on the button, and I put execute here so that you can see the word execute here. So this whole thing is a form, and every form will have a method post and the action as well. The ID is optional. The method post means that when you click the button, it will post whatever you type in the text here, in the input here, to the server. And then the action specifies a script on the server that will handle the data that you post. So in this case, the script that we are going to use is the same as the script here itself. It shows the form. So when this thing is being posted, the same script will receive the data and handle it down here. So this part here, the bottom part, is your PHP. So the PHP will check whether or not you got send a button. So notice here, when you click execute, you will send the button as well as the text. So over here, you are testing whether or not your button has been sent. We use this macro here. Macro is a kind of function which tests whether or not a particular key has been sent. So in this case here, the button key here is referring to the name. Notice that every element has got a name. In this case here, the button has got a name button. So your script will test whether or not the button has been sent. What do I mean by button sent? Button has been sent means whether the button has been clicked. So this is an indirect way of checking whether the user has clicked on the button. So if let's say the button has been clicked, then this will be true. So the function isSet is just to check whether or not the button has been clicked. And we use this function post to check. And then over here, if the button has indeed been clicked, then we'll go inside the block of code here and test whether or not the command string has been sent. So over here, the command string again is checking for the name of the input here, command string. So this is referring to your text here. And then after that, if the command string has been sent, it's now checking to see whether it's empty. So if it's not empty, that means somebody has typed something rather than leaving it blank, then this will be true. So if this both is true, then you will enter the inner block and extract the command that is being sent. So if you were to type ls here, ls, and click execute, this ls will be extracted and saved in this command string variable. So this is how you create variables in PHP. So the ls will be saved in this cmd string variable, and then you will echo back the string received followed by the ls and then go to a new line. So br means go to a new line. So all this will appear below here. So if I click execute now, you will see that this string is shown here, and this string is coming from here, echo receive followed by the command that you send, and then go to a new line. So if this exists, it will then go to create a file in the htdocs folder called command string txt. So now if you go to your htdocs folder, you should be able to see a new folder being created, command string, and if you open it, you will see that ls is inside it. So how did that happen? That happened because of this function fwrite. So when you open cmd string txt, it's similar to creating a new file. So you create a new file for writing, w means to write, and then you get a reference to the file and save it in fp. fp is another variable which you created on the fly. After you have got the variable which refers to the command file, you will then open it, you will then write to it using fwrite function. The first parameter is the file, and then the second is the string ls, which you got it from here. So after you write ls to the file, you also write a new line to it, and this is optional. What do you mean by write a new line? It means that after you have written ls to it, you go to a new line. That is the meaning of ls, of a new line. And then after that, you will close the file, and then the program will exit. But if let's say the command is empty, supposing the user were to type empty command and click execute, then you get back a string command cannot be empty, and this one is coming from here, right? So it will test whether the command is empty or not. If it's empty, then it will come back here and give this message, command cannot be empty. So you have to type something. You have to type something, for example gr, click execute, then it will tell you receive. If you type empty string and click execute, it will show you command cannot be empty. So this is the code that makes all this possible. So what we are doing here is to save the command into the file, this file. Why do we want to do that? Alright, that takes us to the next PHP script, the get server commands. So if you open this get server commands, now you will see that it is checking to see whether the CMD string file exists. If the file exists, it will open a file for reading, and then it will read the contents of it, and then it will echo it back. Alright, so let's test this now. You can open the local host and then go to the get server command, PHP, and enter it, and it will echo back this dir. So this dir is coming from the content of this string, of this file, and here you're merely echoing back what you read to the browser. So in the real application, this command, get server commands, will be used by the RAT bot using the Visual C# program that we wrote earlier. Here we are manually typing it using a browser just to test to see what is actually coming back from this script. And then after that, it will delete the file by using the unlink command. The unlink function is to delete the file. So we need to delete the file so that the RAT client will not continue to execute the same command again and again. So this is how it works. We have two scripts. One script to give you the user interface, and the other script is for the client RAT to call and retrieve the command. So the file that is created, let's try that again. When you do this, it creates a file here. This file is the middleman between the server and the client. So this middleman contains the instruction that you want the client, the RAT, to execute. Okay, later on, instead of using this file, we'll be creating a database that will store this. But for now, I want to keep things simple as a proof of concept to demonstrate to you how you can actually communicate between server and client through a file. We can simulate the RAT client by opening the get command from here, 56.101 get server commands, and see that it retrieves the command ls. Okay, so now we can test this with the actual client, sorry. So we'll run our client now by opening the client which we wrote in the previous session, going to the RAT projects tree and running the client. So we run the client now. Alright, so now that it's saying no file. Alright, so let's say we type say hello and execute, and you can see hello world pops up here. Okay, say hello. So now if I go back to here and say goodbye, click execute, you can see say goodbye is received, and there should be a message to say goodbye popping up. Okay, try that again. Say bye, not say goodbye. It should be say bye. Say bye, execute, and here you go, goodbye. Okay, let's try to beep. Close this. Click execute. Okay, it beep one time. Alright, then it goes back to no file. Alright, why does the no file show? The no file show because in the script itself, we execute echo no file. See, after it deletes the file will not be there. So then in the next iteration, when your client loops the second time, it will try to get the command again, but this time the script will return no file. That is why you are seeing no file here. So this is a good thing because you don't want it to continuously execute the same command every 2 seconds. That's why we implement the unlink here. Alright, so this is how you can create a nice, beautiful, simple user interface for your server, like this. Okay, so the server runs in your localhost because your server is installed locally, but your RAT client will retrieve from your virtual machine. Alright, but if you are using both if you're not using a virtual machine, then remember your web client should also be set to 127.0.0.1. Okay, so that's all for this lesson. Thank you for watching. Hello and welcome to the introduction to remote command execution via cmd.exe. I'm now going to introduce you to how you can remotely execute a command in the client RAT using the client RAT's command exe. This is also known as the command prompt. So on the left you have a client RAT, on the right you have your command and control server. The command and control server consists of the web server and the user's Chrome or any kind of browser which will open the web service and get a command and control GUI. So when the attacker keys in any kind of command here and clicks execute, the command will be fetched by the client RAT. So when the command comes back to the client RAT will then go through the command and then execute it using the command exe. And then the command exe will then feed back the result into the client RAT. And then the client RAT will send the result of the execution back to the web server. And then the command and control server graphical user interface will be able to fetch the result of the execution and display it in the user interface. So that is the basic design for remote command execution for RATbot client systems. So in the next coming practical walkthroughs, we are going to implement this, starting with how to remotely execute the command using the RAT clients, the client RAT's command exe, and then following that we'll look at how to send the result of the execution back to the web server and how the graphical user interface through the Chrome browser or any web browser is able to fetch the result and view it in the display. So that's all for this conceptual design. I'll see you in the practical walkthroughs. Thank you for watching. Hello and welcome back. In this practical walkthrough, we are going to implement this design which we have discussed in the previous lecture. So to do that, we will use Visual Studio Community to open the source code for the client RAT and implement this system. So this is the existing code where we left off in the previous lessons, where we have existing simple commands to say hello in the message box and also to beep the sound. So now we have to add another else statement here to capture those commands which does not consist of say hello, say bye or beep. So to do that, we will write an else statement here, and then we will need to call another kind of function here that will accept the commands that doesn't fall into any of the above categories. So to do that, we need to create a new file, a new class. So right click here, and then we're going to add a new class here, add, and then add class. And then for this class, we will call it commands. Click add. After clicking add, you will find a new file has been added to your solution, to your project, which is called commands.cs. So this commands.cs is where we are going to implement the function that will be able to execute all those commands in a command prompt. So to create a command prompt, go and download this source code from the resource section for this lecture, and open this text file, copy everything from here, and then paste it into this file to replace everything here. So let me explain how this thing works. So in here, we are creating a new class called commands, and it has got one function called run. The run function accepts one parameter, a string, command to run. So when you call this run function, it will pass a command that you want it to execute. It will then try to execute it inside a try-catch block. A try-catch block is necessary in order to capture any exceptions that can happen. Without a try-catch block, whenever an exception occurs, you will crash the program. But a try-catch block will cache the execution and prevent it from crashing, and then will just return an error message to inform the user that something has gone wrong, rather than to crash the program. So inside the try-catch block, we will create a new string called return string, which will store the result of the execution. And then we use the process class to create a process CMD object. So this process CMD object will contain the CMD exe. And CMD exe is actually your command prompt. This command prompt. So this command prompt is actually CMD exe. So when we are doing this, it means that we are programmatically creating the CMD. So the parameters for the process command are as follows. The attributes to the process command are as follows. For the start info file name, you must specify the process, the command that you want to execute. In this case, it's the CMD exe. And here you specify the information arguments, the start info arguments. These are the parameters that the command exe will run. This is also trying to mimic the behavior of the CMD exe. For example, when you type dir, this dir will be your command parameter here, CMD to run. So if you pass dir to the function CMD to run here, we will store this dir. And the dir will be passed here as the argument for the process command. The /c here is to tell the program to close the CMD exe once it finishes processing your commands. And then here we have to set shall execute to false, otherwise it will pop up this window. And then here create no window, set it to true, so you don't want to show this window. Working directory, set it to the current directory wherever this program is running. And redirect standard output true because there is no window to show, so we don't want the output to go to the window. Redirect standard error also set to true, again for the same reason, there is no window to show the output, so you redirect it. So when you redirect it, that means you are going to save it to a string, this string here. So after that, you start the process command calling the start function, and then here is where you capture the standard output to a string and capture the standard error to a string. So standard error and standard output are the outputs of this process, so you have to redirect it this way. So once you redirect it to the return string, return string will contain the result of the execution of the CMD exe over the parameter. So if you were to run this run function and pass it the dir command, this return string will store the result of the dir. So in this case here, supposing the dir were to run, it will produce all this result. So all this result will be stored in the return string. That is the meaning of this append here. Plus equals means append. So you are appending the output to the return string. And then finally you return the string to the caller of this function. So how do we call this? We can call it from here, the else part. All we need to do is give the name of the class that you want to call, which in this case is commands, put a dot there and type run, and then pass the parameter cmd from server. So this cmd from server is this string here, which you download from the PHP, the result of the execution of the PHP script. So Now we pass this command from server to this function run, which comes from the command class. This is the commands class. So let's save it now, and then let's build it. So we rebuild RAT client, and then after we have rebuilt it, we can go to the program project folder and retrieve the new RAT. So now we can run it. So now it's waiting for a command. We'll go to our server. I've already started my web server, and I've connected to the web server and this control server PHP script. Now I'm going to type command dir, and then I'm going to hit execute, and you see what happens to here. So I type execute, and then it receives the dir command here. Okay, it doesn't show anything, so we need to modify to show something so that we can see. So go back to our code here, just add one more line here. So add one more line here, string return result. You can call it return result or any other name which you prefer, and then we will console write out console.write line. So now it should be able to print out to the console the result of the execution. So let's rebuild it again, save it and rebuild it, and then we will run it again. Come back to our RAT client, type dir and then click execute, and you see the result coming out. So this one is coming from the console write line here. It shows you the result of the execution. Alright, now let's try to say bye, execute, and it should pop up a goodbye message. Okay, so the goodbye message is coming from here, say bye. So if let's say the command doesn't fall into any of the above category, then it will come here and run this. It will pass it to your commands.run. Commands.run is your CMD shell. CMD shell will execute it and return the string, and the string will return here, and we store the result of the string in this variable RAT result, and then we console write out. Okay, so in this instance here, the result of the execution is stored in this string. In the next practical walkthrough, I'm going to show you how to send this result to the server, so that your web server will be able to receive this result. And then when the result is being received, your result can be shown inside a browser. At the moment, the result is still with the client. The client doesn't send the result back yet. So for that, I will see you in the next practical walkthrough. Thank you for watching. Hello, in this lecture I'm going to talk about how to return the strings from the execution, the result of the execution, back to the server so that the user, the attacker, can see the result. So this is the introduction to how we are going to implement it. This is the design. So let's take a look at the design. In the previous practical walkthrough, we have already managed to implement a system whereby the attacker control server can send commands to be executed remotely by the client RAT. However, the results is only displayed inside the command prompt on the client side, and also saved in a string in the client RAT itself. The result of the execution string is not sent back to the web server. So now we have to design a system whereby the client string result can be sent back to the web server. So this is the design of the updated system, where we'll be returning the result strings to the server. So the first step is, after the client RAT has already executed the command, it will now call a return string PHP using the Visual Studio C# code. It will then call the return string PHP using the Visual Studio C# code. That is step 1. And this PHP script will receive the string from the client RAT. That string is the result of the execution, and it will then open a file called ratstring.txt and save that string inside it. And then step 3 is when the attacker user clicks on the button which we will implement. That button is to fetch the result of the execution. So that is step 3. And when the button to fetch the result of the execution is clicked, the browser will call this script called control server PHP, and this is the same script which shows the user interface. This script will now accept the new command button which we will be implementing, called get command result, and this script will check if the file returnstring.txt exists. If it exists, it will then open the file, read the contents. That content is the result of the execution of the client, and the string that is being read will then be echoed back to the browser and displayed inside the browser. So this is a 5-step process. So this involves 2 modifications to our code. The first modification is we have to modify the client RAT code, which is the C# code, that will enable it to call the RAT string PHP remotely and also send the string to the server using this PHP script. The second modification is the modification to the control server PHP script. So this script will now be able to accept another button command, which is to fetch the command result execution, and then it should be able to read the text file ratstring.txt to retrieve the string and echo it back to the browser. So in the next practical walkthrough, we are going to implement this new design. Thank you for watching. I will see you in the next one. Hello and welcome to the practical walkthrough. In this practical, we are going to implement this design, starting with the C# code for the client RAT, and thereafter we head over to the server side to implement the RAT string PHP and the control server PHP modifications. So fire up your Visual Studio 2022 and open the project itself, which is your RAT bot project. This was the state of the code from the last time we made modifications to it. Go and download the files that will accompany this lecture. You should have 2 folders, C# and PHP. So for this code, we need the C#. The commands.txt is the same, so there are no changes to the commands.txt. So we only need the program.txt, which is this code. So just copy everything from this code here and overwrite the programs.txt file, the program.cs file. So the thing that is new here is this part here. This part here, I've added these 2 extra lines here so that you can send the string back to the server. And we will have to set the content type as XWW form or encoded, because we are going to post this. So the default is to post, and here we are going to post this string. Red string is red string, so this thing is actually posting this back to the, and then here will be a result of execution. So this will be a long string depending on what command you sent. So this is what you'll be sending back to the server, and then on the server side you are going to extract it using the PHP script post, and then here you specify the red string like this, and then you are going to save it to some kind of variable like that. So this part will be what is being sent from here. When you call the upload string function or web client, you are actually sending this red string, this string, and then when the script on the server side receives it, it's going to extract it like this. So this part here, red string, is the key used for extraction. So that's all for this part. So now we can save it, and then we build it. So let's click on the build. So I'm going to delete the old copy here and then rebuild a new one, and it should appear in the release folder. There you go. So now we have completed the client part. Let's go and do the server part. So I'm using a virtual machine and then htdocs. So the server part, we need to have this thing corresponding to this. You are calling this redstring PHP, so you need to implement this redstring PHP on the server side. So this redstring PHP you can download from the resource section for this lecture. Just open your download, open the resource section, and open the PHP folder after unzipping. So the redstring PHP is here. So just copy this file and put it in the folder, in the htdocs folder. So what this thing does is to retrieve the redstring key, which I've explained just now, and then save it to another variable called redstring. And then it will create a file called redstring.txt, opening it with a write permission. If the file doesn't exist, it will be created, and then saving a reference here, fp, and then it will write this redstring into the file using the fwrite method. First parameter is a pointer to your file. Second parameter is the variable containing the string that you are going to write into the file. Then you will write a new line, then you will close it. So that implements in this part, redstring. Next we are going to look at the control server, which will then have a new button. So for that, go and download this new version of the control server from the resource section for this lecture. Over here, PHP, this is the new version. So copy this and overwrite the one inside your htdocs. So the new version looks like this. So let's check it out what it does before I explain the code. Make sure your Apache is running. I've already started it. Then connect to it, and you will see this new button here, get return string. So this new button is coming from the code over here. I've added this new line. So when you click this button, it will post it to this control server PHP, which is the same file as that which we are calling to display the user interface. And then it will check over here. So this part is also new. you will check whether the button get result is being clicked. Note that I have changed this part here to button execute because we want to differentiate between the top button and the bottom button. So I renamed the top button as button execute and the bottom button as button get result. I also rename it here, button execute for the top button and the button get result for the second button. So these two names here must match with your post over here. Button execute referring to the top button, which is this one. Button get result referring to your second button, which is this one. So when you click on this second button here, you will call this else if statement, this block. It will test whether the button is being clicked. If it is clicked, then it will test whether the return string txt exists. If the string does not, if this file doesn't exist, then it will return. Return means to quit this script, not to execute. However, if this file does exist, then it will continue to open it for reading, and then it will read the content of the file, save it to the return string, then it will close it. And then it will echo back a text area. Text area is input output string box down here to display the return string. So let's run it and see how it works. So first you have to run the RAT client, and then you have to enter a command. Let's say I type dir, I click execute, and then it says receive dir, and on the RAT bot I see the output here. The dir result is here. Now you will notice also inside the htdocs a new file has been created called ratstring.txt, which contains the result of the execution. So now if I click on this one, get result string, it will show it down here. So get result string, when you click on it, it will be handled by this part here, and then it will open this file, ratstring, this file, read the contents of it. You read the contents of the file, save it to this variable, and then you close the file, and then it will create the text area. This text area will create the text area in the user interface. So this is a HTML code. The opening tag is here and the closing tag is here. And we specify 20 rows. That means there are 20 rows, horizontal rows, and 60 columns, 60 vertical columns. You can change the size accordingly as to per your liking. And between this opening and closing tag, we will echo the red string that we read from here. That's why you are seeing this inside here. So this is a simple way to implement getting the result from the client. Let's try another command. Let's say who am I, execute, and then over here on the client, on the red bot, you will see the result of the execution. And then if you click get return string, you will see this same thing here. So this is how we can implement the system to send the result of the execution back. So with that, we have successfully implemented this design. So that's all for this video. Thank you for watching. Hello and welcome to a new section. This lecture we are going to talk about Introduction to MySQL for Command and Control Server. File-based data storage. This is the existing system which we have been implementing up to now. Basically, it is a file-based data storage system. In the server side, the command and control server side, you will notice that every data is stored in files. The command string text file will store the commands which the server wants the client to execute, and the file is created through the control server PHP script. The red string text file contains the result of the execution, and this is created through the red string PHP script called by the client. So basically, every time a command and control server wants to execute a command, you will need to create a file, and every time a client have finished executing a command, it will save the result string of that command execution in a file. And then if the command and control server wants to view the result of the execution, it will have to open the red string file to see the result of the execution. So everything is based on files. So what are the limitations of this? Limitations of file-based storage: can store only one client RAT data at a time. This is so because every time a client RAT connects, there is only one connection to the server, and every time it saves a file, every time it saves data, it needs to open two files. It needs at least two files for each client RAT. It cannot accept multiple client RATs, therefore botnet is not possible. So in this system, it is only a one client and one command control server system, which is very limited. So how can we improve this so that we can have multiple clients? We use MySQL. So the advantages of MySQL: MySQL is a database engine, and it is also free and anybody can use it. MySQL database engine can store multiple client RAT bot records. Records are stored in a table. So the table looks like this. We have a table and we have multiple records. Each record is one horizontal row. Each row in the table represents one client. Easy to view and manage multiple clients. Makes it possible to implement a botnet RAT system. So that is a powerful advantage of having a MySQL database. So this example of a table is called the clients table, whose purpose is to store records of all the client RATs which connect to the server. Each horizontal row is called a record, so you can have as many records as you like, which means you can accept multiple connections from different clients. Each vertical column is an attribute. The first column is ID, and this is a primary key. A primary key is a number which uniquely identifies each record. Then we have the name column. The name attribute will store the host name of the computer that connects to the server. And then the IP address column stores the IP address. And then the command column stores the command that the server wants to execute on the client. The red string column stores the result of the execution of the command. So these vertical columns are called attributes, and you can go on keep on adding as many columns as you like, as many attributes as you like. So, but for purposes of our course, I don't want to confuse you with too many complex code. So we'll keep it simple. We'll just keep very few columns as easier to manage and to code. But feel free to keep on adding your own attributes if you like. So this is what a table looks like. And then to insert record, to delete, to retrieve record, read records, update records, and so on, we need to use a special language which MySQL understands. That language is called SQL language. SQL stands for Structured Query Language. So for the client to create a new record, you will use this statement: insert into clients table, in the column name and IP, the values. So the first question mark refers to the name, the second question mark refers to the IP. So each one of these is called a query, even though some of them are set, read, delete, and updates and so on, still they are called queries. Second one is server sets commands for clients. So this is a SQL query for that. Update clients table, set a CMD column into question mark where name equals question mark. So this question mark here refers to the actual string that you are going to insert into the table. Third one is client reads command. Select command from CMD here means the column, CMD column, referring to this column CMD. So select CMD column from the clients table. Clients table, of course, refers to this table here, where the name equals to question mark. So when you provide a name, it will go and search the name from this column, and once it finds it, it will insert the necessary commands into the correct column and into the correct record. Client sets return result string. The SQL query for that is update clients table, set the red string column equals to this, where the name equals to this. So what it does is it will search for the name, a specific name in this table. So if you give a name a beta, it will search for beta, and once it finds it, it's going to insert this string into this record for beta, into this column. So that's the meaning of this one. Update client set red string where name equals this. Server reads return result string. Select red string column from clients table where the name equals this. So here is where the server is trying to read the result string for a particular client. So it will search the table for the name. So you come here and search. For example, if the server wants to find the result of the execution for beta, first it will search the name beta in the table. Once it finds it, it will then retrieve the red string result, which is this result. So that is what this thing means here. Select red string from clients where name equals this. Server deletes client record. This is where the server can delete a particular record based on the ID. So the server can choose to delete a particular row based on the ID. So these are all SQL languages. So how do we use it in the program? We can use PHP to embed these strings. So this example embedding SQL queries into PHP scripts. We will take the first example, client creates new client record, which refers to this one. So to do that, first we need to extract the name and the IP that is sent by the client RAT. And this is how we extract it using the post function. We extract the name key, we extract the name value based on the name key and save it into the variable called name. We then extract the IP value based on the IP key and extract the value and save the value to the IP string, the IP variable. Then we open a connection to our MySQL server using the new MySQL function, providing the name localhost because the PHP script is residing on the same server as the MySQL, so you say localhost. The second parameter is the login name. The login name is usually root, and the third one is the password, which is blank normally. And the fourth one is the name of the database, which we will create in the MySQL later. So we are going to create a database called control server that will be able to host multiple tables. And then over here, we can see the string being created, the query being created. So this query is coming from here. Insert into clients the column name and IP, the following values. So what we are doing is we are taking this string and then creating a variable out of it. So we create this string and we save it to the variable called query. Then we use the database, the reference which we got from here, and then we call the function prepare, which comes inside the database itself. So every database has got a prepare function. So we call the prepare function and then we pass it the parameter query. So the query here is this instruction, this query. So after we prepare it already, we will get back a variable and we store it in the statement variable. So these are variables which you create yourself. It can be called any name you like. Thereafter, we will call the bind param function of the statement. So every statement has got a bind parameter function. The purpose of the bind parameter is to provide the values for the two question mark here. So the first question mark is the first S here, meaning string. The second question mark refers to the second S here, which means string. So if you have 2 question mark, you have 2 S here, SS. If you have 3 question mark, it will be 3 S, SSS. There are also other types, for example integer, which will be I, and so on. But for our course, we are just going to use strings, so we use SS for the 2 question mark. So these question marks are placeholders, and when we do bind param, we replace each one of them with the respective variables. So the first question mark will be replaced with the name variable, which comes from here. The second question mark will be replaced with the IP variable, which comes from here. So at the end of this statement, bind param, both the question mark will have the name and IP of the query. Then the last one statement is where we execute it. So the reason why we don't put the name and IP directly in here is to prevent the exploit called MySQL injection attacks, which is a kind of a hacking method to hack into MySQL server. That's why we use parameter binding. So this is how we can embed SQL queries into PHP script. So we'll be seeing more of this as we go along in the course. So this is only one example, the client create new record example. For each one of these, we also need to create the corresponding PHP script, as you have seen here, something like this. So I'll introduce them to you as we come across each one of those query in the practical walkthrough. So that's all for this conceptual lecture on the concept of MySQL. Thank you for watching. Hello and welcome to the practical walkthrough on phpMyAdmin. We are now going to use phpMyAdmin to implement this database and this table. So open up your XMPP and start your Apache and your MySQL. phpMyAdmin is a tool for administering your MySQL database. You can access it by clicking on this button, admin, here. Over here, you can create a new database by clicking on this button, new. And then you can give a name for your database. Our database will be called control server. So we will call it control server. And click on create. Notice it converts everything to lowercase, control server. So now over here you can create a table. We will create the table called clients. And then the number of columns, we will create 5 columns based on this design. Click go, and then over here the first column we will call it ID. We will make it a primary key. A primary key is the integer that uniquely identifies the rows in the table. So this ID here is a unique identifier, so we call it primary key. In order to designate this column as a primary key, we need to go to this checkbox and click on it. AI means auto increment. This means that this integer will automatically increase and we have no control over it. So it will start off with 1 and then increase automatically by 1 each time a new record is inserted. And you will notice also that phpMyAdmin has automatically designated this as a primary key. For the second column, we are going to call it name. And the type of the data, we will set it to varchar, variable character, maximum of 255 characters. The third column, we will call it IP, to store IP addresses. It will also be varchar, maximum size of 255 characters. The name here will store the computer name, and then the IP will be the IP address of the client. The third column will be the command, referring to this command. And the command needs to be longer than varchar. We will call it CMD, short for command. To make it slightly longer, we use text. And the last column is to store the ret string, the return string of the execution. This one should be even longer than the text, than the command. So for this one, we will assign it long text. Now we can save it. And you can see that under the structure tab, the table has been created, and this is the schema. It consists of integer as a ID, varchar 255 for name, varchar 255 for IP address, and so we are missing one, so let's change this. Command should be text. And then we need to add one more for the return string. We can come down to this part here, add one column after CMD. Click go. And then for this one, we can type in the name of the column called ret string. And this one will be long text. Because we want this to store even longer text than the command. Click on save, and now we have all the 5 columns corresponding with our design here. ID of type integer, and then name varchar, IP is varchar, command is text, and ret string is long text. So now we have our table. If we click browse, we can see the table. There is no record yet. Everything is empty. In order to insert data into this table, we need to use the client. So the client will post the data, and then the data will be inserted here. The record will be created here. So to close this, we just have to close X button here. To administer again, we just click admin one again, and then you can go and manage your database again. So for over here, to manage your database, just click on it, and you can see your structure here. Here, one table, but there's no data yet. Click on structure to see the structure. In future, if you wanted to add more columns, you just have to click on this button here. You can also manually insert data here. For example, you can click on insert, and then here for the name you can just type any name you want, alpha for example, IP address maybe 12.13.14.15, command maybe dir, and then maybe this one we don't know yet, so we can leave it like this. Then we can click go, and so you execute this command, and if you click browse now, you should see there is one row. The ID, the name is alpha, IP address is this, command and dir, ret string is return string. So in the real application, this record will be inserted by the client RAT. If you want to delete this record, just click on delete, click OK, and the record is deleted. So that's all for this lecture. In the next practical walkthrough, I will show you how to code the C# for the client RAT in order to insert records into the database. So that's all. Thank you for watching. Hello, welcome to the practical walkthrough on implementing the C# code and the PHP scripts to create new record in the MySQL database. So go and download this file, add new client, and add it to the htdocs folder. So you can get this from the resource section. So this is the PHP script which implements the create new client record. And you will notice this string here, which is the query which I have studied before in the earlier lessons when we did the introduction to MySQL. This is the one, client creates new client record. So we are implementing this query by embedding it into the PHP script, and that is what we are doing here. The first line here is to make a connection to the MySQL server. We need to use this function called MySQLi and pass the parameters. The first parameter is the local machine because the PHP script is residing on the same server as the MySQL. The first parameter is therefore localhost. The second parameter is the username, which is root. The third parameter is blank, it is a password. And the fourth parameter is the database we are connecting to. Click on admin here to open phpMyAdmin, and you can see the name of the database, control server. Then we test whether there are any errors. If there are any errors, this function will return some error and you exit and don't continue. But if there are no errors, you will continue. And here is where you extract the value for the name key, which is posted by the client RAT, and the code for doing that we will do next. Here we extract the value for the IP address posted by the client RAT, and then we save these two values into their corresponding variables, name and IP. And then we create the query using this string. Insert into clients table the columns name and IP, the values question mark, question mark. Then we prepare the query and return it to a statement variable. Then we call the bind parent function of the statement variable, and then we attach the name variable to the first question mark and the second variable to the second question mark. So these two are coming from here. And then next line we execute the statement, and then following that we will close the database. So now let us make sure that we already started the database. As you can see, it started. Now we'll write the corresponding code for the client. So go and open your Redboard project, and then we are going to add a new class that will be able to add the new client record into the database. So right click on the Redboard solution, click on add, and select class. And here we will call it client adder. Click on add, and you will see a new file has been created called clientadder.cs. Now go and download the code for this from the resource section, the C# code, client adder. Open it, copy everything, and overwrite in here. So this is a function which will add new client. We will pass it the web client. The web client will be passed from the main. So here is where you will pass it. Call the client adder here. Add new client, and then pass the web client. The web client is coming from here. You pass it the web client so that your client adder can use it. So your client adder will make use of the web client, and then it will create the name and IP. So to get the name, we use the DNS class and the method getHostName. To get the IP, we use the DNS getHostByName and pass it the name of the host, and then extract the array for the first element. The array for the first element contains the IP address, and then we convert it to string and we save it to the string IP. And here is where we create our post. This post will have two keys, the name key followed by the value, and the IP key followed by the IP value. And this corresponds with the server part. So this is the key for name, this is the key for IP, and if you put them side by side, you will see that they match. So the first key is here and the value is name. So this first key will be extracted here, and then the value will be extracted and saved to the name variable. The second key is IP and the value is IP. So over here, you will look for the IP key and extract this value IP and save it to this IP variable. And then we have to set the header to the type XWWW form or encoded because we are posting. So next one, we will then go ahead call the upload string method of the web client, and we pass the URL, and this is the URL for my virtual machine that is running the command and control server. And this is the script we want to call, add client PHP, which is this script here, and this script is inside htdocs. So after you call this method, you will need to pass the post string which is created here. So after you call this method, a new entry should have been made inside your phpMyAdmin, inside your MySQL database, which you'll be able to see by going to your phpMyAdmin and opening the table. So now let us build the client RAT, save it and build it, and then we will run it. So go to your client RAT code and run it. Just double click to run it. After you have run it, come back to your phpMyAdmin and refresh, and you will see one new record has been created. The ID is 3, the name is this name, and the IP address, and the command string is blank, the return string is blank. So we have successfully created a new record. So this is how you can write script and C# code for the system to be able to create a new record inside the MySQL database. That's all for this practical walkthrough. Thank you for watching. Hello and welcome back. In this new section, we are going to implement the command and control user interface for multi-client RATs. And in this first lecture in this section, I will introduce you to the command and control UI for multi-client RATs. This will be the index.php for our new user interface. Notice when you connect, you will connect to localhost, and if you do not specify the index.php, it will be default to index.php. So we need to create an index.php to generate this user interface. So when you connect to it, when you connect to the server, the first page you connect is the index.php, and this is what you will see. You will see the message connected to command and control server. This is your main page. It will have a table that shows all the clients that has connected to the server. There are links in the fourth column. You can click on these links and it will take you to a new page. So this will be the page where you can enter your command, execute, and then get the return string. And then when you click on this button back, you will come back to your main page again. And then, so if you have multiple clients, they will all be listed here, and you can select any one of them to administer. So this will be our design, and we are going to implement it in the upcoming videos. Thank you for watching. Hello, welcome back. In this practical session, we are going to implement this design which we saw in the previous lecture. So to create this page, go and download this file and unzip it. PHP scripts for multi-client UI. Inside it, you will find two scripts, index.php and openclient.php. Index.php will give you this user interface, and when you click on this link here, any of this link here, it will connect and call openclient.php, and openclient.php will generate the client RAT administration page. So this is how it works. So go and download this file, unzip it, and put both of these PHP scripts inside your htdocs folder over here. So you have your index.php and your openclient.php. Next, start your Apache web server as well as your MySQL database server. So make sure both are running, and then open your Google Chrome and navigate to localhost and hit enter. And you can see this is the history of the client connections. I have these 4 client IPs connecting to me in the past. So every time a client connects to my server, there will be a new record being created here. Later on, I will show you how to delete these old records. But for now, let's just focus on getting this UI interface to work. So now, if you look up at the URL here, there is no script at the back. So if you do not put a file or a script name at the back, the default will be either index.php or index.html. So since in our htdocs there are no index.html files, there is only the index.php, so it will be loaded by default like this. Now we will run our RAT bot client and see what happens. So go to your C drive and open your RAT projects 3 folder, and then open the RATbot project solution and open the RATbot folder and click on bin release. Double click to run the RATbot. If you come back here and refresh the page, you should see a new record being created. There you go, new record. You can also confirm this by manually opening the phpMyAdmin here, clicking on the control server database and clicking on the clients table and manually inspecting it. So this is exactly the same records that you are seeing over here. Now if you wanted to administer it, click on the administer link for that particular client. In my case, you will see there is only one name and one IP throughout. That is because I only have one client. In a real environment where you have multiple clients, all their names and IP addresses will be different. And if you wanted to administer any one of them, just click on the link in the 5th column. So now I will click on this and see what happens. And you will see it opens up the administration page for that particular client, and on top you will see the name for that particular client. You can now enter your command here. So let's say I select dir command and hit execute. You will see that there is a notification message saying received dir, and on my client side I can see also that the result of the execution is shown in the command prompt window. If I now come back and click get result string, I should be able to fetch the result of the execution and display it in the text area below. I can now execute a different command. Who am I? Click execute and click get return string, and I'll see the result of the new command. I can go back to my main by clicking on this and select a different client to administer. So let me now explain to you how the code works. When you first load this page, localhost, by default it will fetch the index.php. So let's take a look at the index.php file. The top part here is the HTML text, the HTML code, which will display what you see in the web browser. The top part is your icon, server icon, and then there is the h2 text, which is header number 2, which is this one displaying this page, this text, and then there will be the PHP script. This PHP script's purpose is to fetch the data from the database, from the table called control server. So the PHP script starts here and ends here. Inside it, you will open a connection to your SQL database with these credentials, and then if there's an error, it will exit. If there is no error, it will then echo a string connected to command and control server back to the browser, and it will be shown over here. And then you will prepare the query to select all the columns ID and name and IP from the client's table. So it will go and fetch only the ID, name and IP columns. So if you look at this phpMyAdmin, go back to the client's table. It is fetching the columns ID, name and IP. We are not interested in the command and return string column. We are only interested in these first 3 columns. That is the reason why in our SQL statement, we only select ID, name, and IP column from the client's table. We then prepare the query, execute it, and bind the result to these three variables, ID, name, and IP. Now we are going to create the table. The table is created using the table tag. The table tag consists of the opening table tag and the closing table tag. And the first row of the table is called the table header. Every row starts with the table row tag and ends with the table row tag. Inside the first table row, we have the header. The table header tag looks different from the other rows. This is the table header row, and it is bold. And you can see each row is called a table row, starting with the table row tag, tr tag, and ends with the tr tag. So this tr tag starts here and ends here, and inside it you will put the table header ID, opening and closing tag for the ID header, and then opening and closing header for the name. So you will see the name here. So these are all table headers. That's why you enclose them in the th tag. Then followed by the IP table header, which is here in bold, and then lastly the select th header over here. So these table headers are just for informational purposes. You can't click on them. Then we come to the while loop, which will then fetch the result of the query. So each time it loops, it will fetch one record. So it will loop until all the records are fetched. So for each loop, it will fetch one record. So the first record will be this one, and so it will then create this row. So you can see the start of the row and the end of the row. And inside here, you will then populate each of the table data, which is TD. So the first TD is TD containing the ID, which is this ID, number 3, which is a primary key. Then the second TD is here to here, which will contain the name, this name. Then the next one with the IP over here. And finally, we want to create a clickable link. So we use another variable called administer, which we created from here. So here we created a string which would then populate this cell here with a clickable link. This is called the anchor tag. Anchor tag starts from here. This is the opening anchor tag, and this is the closing anchor tag. And here is the link that you want to show in the anchor tag. Anchor tags are used to show links that you can click on. And when the person clicks on this link, you want to navigate to the href URL. So we use the href property to specify the URL that is supposed to go to. And over here, it is supposed to call a script called openclient.php using the get command, the get request. The get request is different from the post. It is another way of calling scripts and passing parameters to scripts. Post will post data without showing it in the header URL. So post is usually used by forms because there is plenty of data that you need to send. But get normally is used to send data to scripts when you need only a small number of data that you need to send. That's why you don't mind showing up here. So if you were to click on this here now, you will see that you are actually calling the openclient.php and passing the client key with the variable with the value laptop. So this is how the URL looks like for a GET request. You will see the name of the script being called. There will be a question mark followed by the data that you are sending. and it is a similar format for post where you have a key and a value. The difference now is that you'll be able to see in the URL box here. So what we are doing is actually sending the client key and then appending it to the name of the computer. This name comes from the result of your execution here. So you're embedding the name into your table. So each one of these will be a different name. So that is the reason why we use this string administer to embed the name, so that every one of these will have different names embedded inside the URL here as a parameter to the OpenClient PHP script. So when you click on administer here, you will post this to OpenClient, and OpenClient will receive it. OpenClient will then extract the key and the value. You will check first whether the client key has been set. That means whether you click on this. If it has been set, you will then check whether it's empty. If it's not empty, then you will extract the value. So the value will be this name here, and you will save it to this parameter client. After that, this client variable will be used in a form. So if you click on this now, it will use in a form to insert it here. So you will take the client variable and inject it here. So this particular line is coming from here, red client name, which is the label, and then over here you create an input type text, and then you inject the client variable which you extracted here. So that is how this page knows that you are supposed to administer this particular client, because you are injecting it here. So you notice how I embed PHP inside HTML. You can do it. This is allowed in HTML coding. You put an open PHP tag and a closing PHP tag, and then you are at liberty to insert whatever PHP command inside here. So the value therefore will show it inside the text box here. However, you don't want the user to be able to edit this. That is why you set it to read only. And all these are part of a form. The form starts from here and ends over here. So now, whenever you enter any command and you click on execute, you are going to post all these input values to the OpenClient PHP script. So when you click on this execute button here, you will post the value of the client, you will post the command string, and also the execute button to this script, because this script is stated as the action for this form. So when this script receives this, it will then check whether the button execute has been clicked. If it has, then you extract the command string, and after that you will save it to the command string variable, and then it will create a file to write the command to the file. So this part is all very familiar because we have done it before, and here we are using back the same code. So that's how it works. Then when you click the get return string will also be posting the same values to the server, or to the same script. So get result string will post the client here, which is this client, to this same script. So when this script receives it, it will check whether the get result button is clicked. If it has, it will then open the red string. You check whether the red string text file exists. If it's not, it will just quit. Otherwise, it will open and read the result, and then save it to the variable string, and then it will create the text area and show the result down here. If you read this now, you can see it happening. So this part is also the same as what we did before previously. The only thing new about this script is this line here. This line where you inject this this text input type text into the form, so that this form knows that you are managing this client. That is why we put this line here. So this is how it works, and now we are able to manage multiple clients. However, this is only a bare bones design. We still need to find ways to delete these unused records. Not only that, we also want to convert this file-based system into a database record system. So instead of saving to a file in the future practical walkthroughs, we are going to convert this into PHP scripts, which will be able to, instead of saving to a file, we will save it to the database command string column. And then here we also want to change this to PHP script, so that instead of saving this to a file or reading from a file, we want to retrieve the return string from the column containing the return string. That column is over here. The return string and command column are at the moment unused because we are still using the file system. But in future practicals, we are going to convert these two into PHP scripts to save the command string and return string here and retrieve it from here as well. So now at this point in time, we have completed our mission, which is to be able to have a multi-client user interface, which allows us to select the client that we want to administer. And so now we can open one client for one page. So we can right click on this, open new tab for the first client, then we can administer the second one by right clicking, opening the second tab, and so on. So you can administer multiple clients simultaneously. So this is the power of having using a database to do a red pot system. It allows you to do this sort of things. So that's all for this practical walkthrough. Thank you for watching. Welcome to a new section. In this section, we are going to convert some file-based command control system into database systems. So let me list down and show you the tasks that we are going to do. First, we are going to convert the button execute open PHP script by converting it into a PHP database method. So this involves the task of server setting commands for the client. So that involves the open client PHP script, and this is the open client PHP script. Currently it is using a file-based system, so we are going to convert this into a PHP commands where you will update the client's table by setting the command column into the command that you want for the particular name. Second task is also involving the command control system, but this one is where we have to modify the red string PHP script. This is where the task involves the client setting the return result string, and also the client needs to update and remove the command once the result string has been set, so that the same command will not be executed a second time. The return string PHP is called from the client, and this is the client program, and this is where the return string is being called. So if you look at the return string PHP, currently it is also a file-based system. So we need to insert PHP commands here that will be able to update the return string in the MySQL database. The client needs to fetch the command that is set by the server. So that will be this part here. The client needs to read the command from the database. There is this part here, select command from clients where name equals this. So this command is the command column here. After the client executes it, you will need to set the return result string in this column, and that is update clients set return string. Finally, after having executed and setting the result string, it needs to update the command string to remove the command that it has already executed. This is to prevent the same command from executing again a second time. So all this will be done in the red string PHP and also the get server commands PHP. There are two PHP scripts involved here, red string and get server commands. So the first one involves get server commands, and then the set return string will be and also the set command for client will be done in the return string PHP. And maybe I make it clearer like this. So this is the task that we are going to do in the upcoming practical walkthroughs. And the last part is the button get results open client PHP script. So that one involves coming back to the open client, and this part we need to convert into PHP that will update, that will fetch the return result string from the database, which is this command, this column here. So that is the plan for the upcoming few practical walkthroughs. So we will start off by doing the first one in the next practical. So thank you for watching. I'll see you then. Welcome back. Now we are going to implement this first change for the open client as well as this one. So both of them involve the open client PHP. So please go and download the open client PHP file from the resource section for this lecture, and then put it inside your htdocs folder over here. Go to your htdocs folder and put it in this folder. So now you have a new open client PHP script which will override the old one. So now we open this and take a look at the contents. So the changes that has been made are these two parts. These are major changes. Previously, both of these parts were file-based systems for the command controls. Now they are all based on PHP MySQL. So as you can see here, when the button execute is clicked, and button execute refers to this button here. When that button is clicked, it will be caught by this part of the PHP script, and then it will open a connection to the database. If there are no errors, then it will test whether there are any command strings being posted. So the command string is the string inside here. When you type a dir command string or any command string and you click execute, it will be posted to the open client PHP script. So when you click on this, you will see it is posted to the open client PHP script, and you can confirm by coming back to this form and examining the action for this form, which is open client PHP. So it will post the name of the client as well as the command string, which is coming from here, command string. So two things will be sent to the script: the client name, command string, and the execute button. Three things. So when the script receives them, it will test whether the button execute has been clicked by extracting the post for this key, button execute. So this button execute refers to this name here. So if it has been clicked, then you will get a true for this test is set. Then after that, you open connection to the database, and then you will test whether command string has been set, and that will test for this command string here. Thereafter, it will test whether it's empty. If it's not empty, then it will come inside here. This is where you extract the command string and save it to a variable called command string, and then it echoes it back over here to say that received and the name of the command string and the value of the command string, in this case dir. So this is echoed here, receive and the name and the value for the command string, which you extracted from here. Thereafter, it will create the query string update clients table, set command column equals question mark where name equals question mark, and then it will prepare it, and then it will bind the parameters for the two question mark. The first question mark will be replaced with the command string, and the second question mark will be replaced with the client name. So you might be wondering where this came from. This comes from the top here. The top here, you will check whether the client name is set and it is not empty. If it's set and it's not empty, you will extract the value of the name of the client and save it to this variable, client variable. So this client variable is then used down here. After that, it will execute the statement, and then once it executes it, it will insert the command string. It will insert the command inside your PHP, inside your MySQL database, which you can open and see. And over here, you go to the clients table, and you can see the command dir being inserted there. Note that I have deleted all the records, leaving only one. To delete a record, just click on this button and you will delete it. So this is how the thing works for inserting a command. So it is the command and control server which inserts commands. Thereafter, the client will fetch this command, execute it, and then write to this column the result of the execution. But to simulate that, you can manually now insert any kind of return string. For example, you can just insert, directly double click and type my test, or any kind of data you want to put inside. Any string you can put inside. Then when you hit enter, you insert that manually. As you can see, one row affected. So now to test the return string, you can come back to your form and click on this button, and you get back the test string, which is coming from here. So this test string is actually coming from this. So when you click on the button get return string, you get return string will post this get return string, get result. You will post this button value as well as the client name, and also the others, but the important thing is the client name. So when it comes to this, it will post to this same script, open client, and it will be tested here. So if the button get result is set, it will connect to the database, and no errors, it will create a query. Select return string column from clients table where name equals question mark. So this return string column is referring to this column. After that, it will then bind the client to this question mark here. So this client, as we have explained before, came from here. So that's the client name. Then that's the client name. Then you will bind it, you execute it, and then you will bind the result to a variable called RAT3, ret string, return string. Then it will fetch the result, and then it will then display in an echo by echoing back the text area followed by a return string. And that's why you see in here, test result, the test string. So this is how we can implement PHP MySQL inside the Open Client PHP. So with that, we have achieved our objective for this and this. So that's all. In the next practical walkthrough, we'll go ahead and implement the others. Thank you for watching. See you in the next one. Welcome back. In this practical walkthrough, we are going to make the changes to the getServer commands PHP as well as the retstring.php and also the C# code for the client RAT. So go and download this conversion plan version 2 from the resource section. I made some changes. I moved these two lines over here. Previously they were down here. So by right, these two should belong to the getServer commands PHP script. You should also go and download the resource for this lecture, which is the PHP script, and open it, and you will find two scripts in there, the getServer commands PHP and the retstring PHP. So copy these two PHP scripts and put them in your htdocs folder. Over here. Let's take a look at the first one, getServer commands. getServer commands will be called by your client RAT. So your client RAT will call the getServer commands over here. I also made some changes to it, which I'll explain to you in a while. When your client RAT calls the getServer commands, it will post the client name, and the client name is needed so that you can create a query out of the client name over here. So over here, you prepare a SQL statement, select command from clients where name equals question mark, and then you will prepare it and bind the client name, which you extract from here, to this question mark. You will then execute, store the result, and bind the result to the CMD string, and this is a new variable. Thereafter, it will fetch this result from the CMD string variable and echo it back to the client. And the client will receive it over here and store it in the string command from server. So this is how the client can fetch the command from the server. After the client has fetched the command from the server, the client needs to remove the command from the table. He needs to remove the command and put in place of it a string no command. So that is what we do here. We create another query with a different name called query delete and create a SQL statement, update client string, update client table, set command to no CMD when name equals question mark. We then prepare it and then bind the client to the question mark here and then execute it. Once this thing is executed, there's no CMD string will be inserted in the CMD column. And then on the client side, I made some changes. If the client sees that the command from server contains no CMD, it will continue. That means it will not run the rest of the instructions here. The other changes I made to the client is I changed this to upload string instead of download string. The reason I did that is because I want to post this key value. I'll explain that in a while. So that's the first thing we have done. So that settles the get server commands PHP. The other one is ret string. So now ret string PHP script is converted into PHP MySQL. So over here, this ret string is called also by the client. The client will post the ret string, the return string, and also the client name, and that happens over here. This is where the client calls the ret string PHP script and posts two keys, the client key and the client name, and also the ret string key and the ret string name. And these two parameters are separated by n. So this is how you can send two key values by post. So when this two is being received by the ret string will extract both of them and save them in two variables called client and ret string. Thereafter, you will create the query update client's table, set the return string to question mark when name equals question mark. He prepares it and binds the ret string to the first one and the client variable to the second one. After that, he executes it. After executing this, the result of the string will be inserted into the ret string column. This is how your client can send the result of the execution back to the server. And this ret string, as you have seen before, came from the result of the execution from the server. This is how it works. So now if you were to, at the moment, we'll delete this one, leave it a blank table, and then before we can test it out, we need to make some changes to our client ret. So we'll do that in the next lesson. I will see you then. Thank you for watching. Welcome back. In this practical walkthrough, we are going to make changes to the C# code for the client ret. So go and open your project RATbot from the projects folder, RAT projects tree. Then go and download the latest source code from the resource section for this lecture. Unzip the C# code, and inside it there is the new program source code. Just open it, copy everything from there, and then paste it here to overwrite the program CS file. I will now explain the changes that I have made. Over here, I created a new string called name so that we can store the name of the client using the DNS class getHostName method. And then I added this line here so that we can have a new header of type XW form all encoded because we want to post to the server. And over here I modified this from a download string to become an upload string because I want to post this key value to the server. So now there are two parameters. The first parameter is the getServerCommands PHP, and the second parameter is the key value. So this name comes from here. It is necessary to send the name because the getServerCommands expect it. Thereafter, the other changes I made is from here. I added one more parameter in front, the key, the client key, and the name. And also the reason why we do this is because the red string parameter, the red string PHP script requires the name of the client. Just to refresh your memory, I will now show you where those parameters are being used in the client. If you look at the getServerCommands here, from the server side, you will find that it is expecting a client so that you can make a query to search for the correct record over here. That is the reason why in here I need to add this additional parameter, the client's name. And then for the other one, red string, if you look at this, red string also needs to have the client name as well as the return string. So I needed to add this extra parameter. That is the reason why over here I added this new parameter to the return string call. So now I hope that is clear to you. So now we can build our new C# code for the client RAT. First we'll save it, and then we'll go to the folder for our project. Go to the binary folder and release folder and delete this exe file. After that, click on build, rebuild. And you should see a new exe file over there. So at this point in time, our database is empty. If you look at our database, our table is empty. There's no client. So now I'm going to run this one, the client RAT. So after running the client RAT, if you come back and check, refresh your PHP MyAdmin, you should be able to see one new client. And there is no command yet. No cmd means no command. And the return string column is also blank. So now we are going to manage this client. So we'll open our browser and go to localhost, and you will see there's one client there. To administer it, we click on this link, and now we can send some command to the client. Who am I? And then when you click on execute, the client will respond by showing it inside here, the result of your command. At the same time, if you head back to your PHP MyAdmin, and hit refresh, you will see the result has already been inserted into your return string column. And the command, which was dir, was originally there, has been replaced with no command. Now we will try to fetch the result and show it in the server, in the user interface. Click on get string, get return string, and you see it there. So it seems that it is working. So now at this point in time, we have already achieved our objective. We have managed to do this as well as this. With that, we have completed the conversion from a file-based command system into a MySQL-based command system. Thank you for watching. Hello and welcome back. In this practical walkthrough, I'm going to show you how to add a new column to your table for the index.php, which is the main user interface for the server UI. So this additional delete column will have these delete links so that you can select which client you want to delete, and if you wanted to delete, you just click on the corresponding delete link and it will be deleted. So go and download a new script, the updated index.php script, from the resource section for this lecture. So this will be the folder. After you have unzipped it, there will be a new index.php file. So just copy this new PHP script and put it in your htdocs folder, which is this file here, to override this old file. And then you can open it and view the contents of this new file. I will now explain to you the new instructions that I have incorporated. This part is additional code which I have added. This is to get the client that is being sent by your PHP script. When you click on delete, it will send, using a GET request, it will send the name. So that is why you need to have this code here to get the value for the client that is being sent. The other new thing is the scripts at the bottom here, and also here there is a new line. So this new line is to insert the new column, which is this column here. We create a new variable string called delete and then construct an anchor tag. As you can see, the anchor tag begins here for the opening tag and the closing tag is here. And the link is called delete, which will appear here. And when the user clicks on this link, it will send the name of the client as a GET request. And the reference is index.php, which is the same file itself. And you use a question mark here as a separator for the GET request. And we will send a key value pair consisting of the key client equals, and the value is the name. So, and the value for this name is coming from here. When this table was constructed, each row of the table will contain a unique name, which comes from the result of this SQL query. So each row will be unique, and within each row, the delete link will have a different name. So when you click on the delete button here, you will send this key value using the GET request. So let me simulate that for you. If I click delete now, you will see, you won't be able to see it, but in a flash of a second, it sent something like this. Yes, this is what it will send. Question mark client equals to the name of the client. So that is what it was doing. We can now simulate this by manually adding additional clients here and test it out. So let's insert some records. Let's say we give a name alpha for the first record. We hit go. Then we insert another record, beta, click go, and then we insert one more record just for testing. delta. We hit go. Now we browse, we will see we have 3 records, alpha, beta, delta. And if we came back here and refresh this page, we will see our 3 new records. And if you wanted to delete any one of them, all we have to do is click on this delete button. Let's say I want to delete beta. I click on delete, and then it will send the key value pair of beta, client equals to beta, as a GET request to this index.php. So when this index.php receives this GET request, it will extract the value for the client. So over here is where it does that. It checks whether the client is set, and it is set, and if it's not empty, it will retrieve the value for that client, which is beta, and saves it into the variable called client. So the variable now has got the string beta stored in it. Then it will come to then it will display the updated table, and then down here it will. So here is again another code which repeats what happened at the top. It gets the value for the client, which is beta, and saves it in client. It does the same thing as the first line above. It then connects to the database with your local host as the name of the local machine, and the user root, and the blank password, and the database called control server. If there is no error, if there is an error, it will then exit. If there are no errors, it will proceed to the next line, where we will create our query string called delete from clients table, where the name equals to question mark. We then call the prepare function, and then we bind this question mark to the client variable, which came from here. So by this time, this question mark will be replaced with the name beta. We then execute the query, and it will then proceed to the MySQL to delete from the client table where the name equals beta. Thereafter, it will close the connection to the database, and it will echo back the string client deleted. But we will not see this because of the next line. The next line will redirect us to this page which will reload. That's why you will not see this string. And so this is how this new update works. This will allow you to delete any records of your choosing. So that's all for this practical walkthrough. Thank you for watching. Hello and welcome to a new section. We are now going to do persistence. So in this introductory video, I will introduce you to persistence for client RATs. What is persistence? Persistence is concerned with how to auto-start the client RAT each time the victim machine reboots. And there are two ways to do it. The first is to add a new registry key to this location. HKey current user, software, Microsoft Windows, current version run. And the second way is to copy the client RAT file to this location. C users PC, this PC will be the name of your logged in user. App data, roaming, Microsoft Windows, startup, start menu, programs, startup. Also known as app data. So this app data symbol here refers to the first part of the string up to here. Then the rest of it is the same. referring to this. So this is how you can create a persistence to your client RAT. And persistence is important because it is expected that the victim's machine will be rebooted every now and then. So it is necessary to ensure that the client RAT will also auto start whenever that happens. So in the next practical walkthrough, I will show you how to implement persistence by using the first method, which is to create a new registry key to this registry. So that's all for this video. Thank you for watching. Hello and welcome back. We are now going to implement persistence by using the registry method. So we are going to create a new key in this location. Since this is a client functionality, we will need to amend the C# code for the client RAT. So fire up your Visual Studio 2022 and open your client RAT project, which is the RATbot project. And we are going to make some changes to two files, the program CS file and the client header file. So go and download the new updated code from the resources section for this lecture. Unzip it and you should have this folder called C# code for persistence. Inside it you will find two updated code, one for the client header, the other for the program. So open the client header first and copy everything inside it and overwrite your code here by pasting it in. Now I'll explain the client header. So the client header now has got a new function called run as startup, and this will be called by the program. So in the program file, we are also going to update the code. So go back to your new folder which you downloaded, and there is the other file called program. Just open it and copy everything from here to overwrite your old program code. And remember to save it. So in the program code, we have a new instruction which is over here, and I've commented it persistence. So this is where you call your new function run as startup from the client header class. So when the client starts up, it will call this function which is in client header over here. And here you will create a new registry variable, a new registry object, and then from there you will use the function. You will assign it the new key. So to open a new key, you use the open subkey function of this class, current user, which comes from the registry class, and you specify the location of your registry. The second parameter is set to true, so that you will enable writing. To enable write, you need to set this to true for the second parameter. After you have opened this key, you will then write a new key to it by using the set value function that comes from the registry key. And you shall give it the name RATbot. And second parameter is the path to your RATbot, which is the path to this executing exe file which is running. So this is how you get the path. You call the process class getCurrentProcess method main module dot file name, and that's how you get the path to this executable. So we want to enter this path into this new key which we create. To give you an idea of what the registry looks like, we shall open the registry now. Click on the bottom left corner, right click on the bottom left corner, click on Run and type in REGEDIT, which stands for Registry Edit. Hit OK and it will ask you to allow this app, so click yes and you will see the registry. And over here you will see all the various registries. The one we are interested in is current user, so you expand this current user and then you scroll down to software, then you expand software and you look for Microsoft. So notice we are actually tracing the path which we put here: software Microsoft, followed by Windows. So go to Windows. After you expand Microsoft, look for Windows over here, and then expand Windows, and then current version, and then run. So current version, expand current version, and look for run. So we are going to add a new key here, and this key will be called RAT3. Of course, if it's a real environment, you will not want to write something so telling. You will use something more discreet rather than saying RAT3. But for demonstration purposes, we will just call it RAT3. So you have this RAT3 key here, and then on the right will be the path to the RAT3.exe file, which it will be here. That's why you need the second parameter to get the path to put in here. So now we shall build this. We will save this first, and then we will open the binary folder for this project, which is RAT3 being released. We will delete this old one. Now we will build a new one. Rebuild RAT3. After it has been rebuilt, you will see there is a new file being rebuilt there. And before you run this, we shall start our server. You need to start the server, otherwise there will be an error when you start to run it. So let's run the server. If you are not using a virtual machine, then you don't have to open your virtual machine. In your case, if you didn't have a virtual machine, then you will start your server which is in your host, and that server will be your XAMPP. Now the virtual machine is started up, so I will search for XAMPP and run it. I will start my server and my SQL database. So now I will come back to my client. At the moment, if you look at the registry, there is no entry yet. Also, you can open your task manager from here. Right click on the taskbar of your host machine. Right click on the taskbar and open your task manager. Now everything that will auto start will be in this tab. If you click on tab, you will see all those programs which are set to auto start when your machine reboots. After you have added your new RAT3 key into your registry over here, you will find that your RAT3 will also appear here in this tab for the task manager. So let's try it now. So I'll double click this now. So now I'll go back to my registry and refresh it, and you will see a new key has been added. It is called RAT3, and the path is the path where the release version of the RAT3.exe is found. So this is how it works. So that's why over here you have two parameters for the setValue function. The first parameter is the key, and the second parameter is the path to the executable. and that is what we are seeing here, the key and the path. And this new key is found in this location, software Microsoft Windows current version run, which is what you specify here, software Microsoft Windows current version run. Now if you go to your task manager, you will see under the startup folder there is a new entry, RAT, and it is set to enable. Now when this machine reboots, you can be sure that your RAT will also start automatically. So this is how you implement persistence for your client RAT. Now each time the computer reboots, the client RAT will automatically restart because of this registry entry. If you don't want it to auto restart, all you have to do is just right click on this and delete it. It will ask you to confirm, you just click yes, and then now you have cleaned your registry. So now your client RAT will not start when the computer restarts. So the other thing that I want to mention is how to make your client RAT bot invisible. That means you don't want this black window to show when it starts up. So that is very easy to do. In your Visual Studio, go to your solution, go to your properties here and double click it, and then over here make the output type from console change to Windows application, and then you save it, then you rebuild it. So let's rebuild it now. We will delete this one first, delete, and then we will rebuild it. Save it first, build, rebuild it. Now that it has been rebuilt, now when you double click and run, the black window will not show up. Your black window command prompt will not show up. So now your RAT client is invisible and hidden. To confirm that it is really running, you can go to your task manager. Under processes, it should be visible over here. Just scroll down and look for RAT, and there it is, RAT. It is running. So when you want to kill it, you just select the RAT process under the process tab, click end task to kill it. So this is how you can hide your RAT, just by changing the output type to Windows application. Before you are ready to deploy, you should not set it to Windows application. It is better to set it to console application so that you can output debugging information to the console window for testing purposes and debugging. Once you are ready and your RAT has completed all the debugging, fix all the errors, and then the final step is to change it to Windows application to hide it. But for now, I'll leave it as console application. So that's all. In this practical walkthrough, I showed you how to implement persistence and also how to make your RAT run invisible. Thank you for watching. Hello and welcome to a new session. In this new session, we are going to implement keyloggers. So in this first part of this session, I'm going to introduce you to keyloggers in RATs. So what are keyloggers? Keyloggers are used to secretly capture keystrokes typed by the victim, and it is also used to defeat encrypted communication. This is possible because keystrokes can be captured before encryption. The keystrokes captured are saved locally in the victim's machine and then later on sent to the command and control server. And this keyloggers functionality is a standard function in almost all remote access tools. keylogger design. For our keylogger, we are going to use this design here. On the left will be your client RAT, which will be installed on the victim's machine. On the right is your command and control server, and the attacker can log in using a Chrome browser or any web browser which provides the user interface. The attacker can then send a command to the client RAT to start keylogging. Once the client receives the command, it will then begin to capture all the keystrokes typed by the victim and save it to a local file called the keystrokes.txt file. Every 15 seconds, the client RAT will upload these files to the MySQL server, and this MySQL server resides on the server, the command and control server. The attacker can then, if he chooses to do so, retrieve the keylog from the MySQL server. So this will be the robust design that will allow keylogging to take place in a botnet environment, because the MySQL database is capable of keeping records of multiple clients as well as their keylog. So in the next practical walkthrough, I will start with the implementation of the keylogger into our botnet system. Thank you for watching. I'll see you then. Hello, welcome back. In this practical, we are going to implement the keylogger functionality on the client RAT side, and in the next practical we will do it for the server side. So let's open your Visual Studio Code and open the project RATbot. So in order to enable keylogging functionality, we are going to create a new class, and we'll call it client keylogger. Right click on the RATbot project and click add class. Give it the name client keylogger. And click add. And then please download this file from the resource section for this lecture. After unzipping it, inside you will find two files. One file is client keylogger, which is for this new class, and the other file is the updated program, which is for this class. So first, open the client keylogger file, select everything inside it and copy. Come back to your code and paste to override everything in the code, and then click save. Now open your program code and then come back to the downloaded file, open the new updated program, copy everything from this file and override your existing code file with a new updated version. Click on save. So now we'll need to fix the missing imports. So if you scroll down for the client keylogger, you will see some red underlines. So just hover your mouse over it and then click on show potential fixes, and then scroll down and select using system Windows input. Next, keep on scrolling down to look for any more underlined red squiggly lines. Here is another one. Hover your mouse over it, click show potential fixes, and then select using system Windows input. Click on it. Next, continue to scroll down and look for any more. So we have fixed everything. Now I'll explain to you how it works. In order to provide functionality for keylogging, we needed to create another class called the client keylogger. For those of you who have taken my second course on RAT, which is about desktop capture and keylogging, you will recognize this code because it is the same. So in the client keylogger, we'll have a method called init client keylogger, and it is a public method which is called from the program main. When program main starts, it will call the client keylogger init keylogger. Notice I've commented out the persistence temporarily because I don't want it to install the persistence key inside the registry. So you can do the same. So when the client keylogger init client keylogger method is called, it will set up the keylogger over here. It will create a timer which will fire every 15 seconds. This timer is for uploading the captured keystrokes to the command and control server and store it in the MySQL database. And every 15 seconds, it will call this function to do that on time event. So on time event is down here. It will check whether or not this variable is started is true. If it's not started, then it will return. That means it will quit out of this function without executing it. But if, let's say, it started is true, that means the keylogger has been started, it will continue to perform the actions here. It will upload the string from this function. This function get keystrokes will open the captured keystrokes which is saved in a file and then return it here. And together with the client key and the keylog key, both these keys and the corresponding values will be sent to the PHP script called sendKeylogPHP, which resides on the server. The server will then receive these two key values and then extract the client value and also extract the keylogs. And then the server side will look for the corresponding record for this client and then update the column for the keystrokes, the keylog. Later on, I'll explain to you that we need to create a new column in our MySQL database that can store keylogs. So that column will store these keylogs. We will do that in the next practical when we do the server implementation for keylogging. So this is the time event function. Every 15 seconds, it will upload the keylog. So that is the purpose of the timer. Next, it will check whether a certain file exists. So the file here is the keystrokes file. If the file does not exist, it will create one. It will create one and then it will write this line inside the file. It will write the active process name. The active process name is the foreground window. We need to capture the foreground window in the keylog so that we will know what was the window that the user was engaged in when the keystroke was captured. And to get the foreground window, we need to use this function called getActiveWindowProcessName and then return the name of the process. So that will be the name of the foreground window. Next, we create a new thread to start the keylogging. We need to create a new thread so that it will not block the main program. The main program and the keylogging will be running concurrently, asynchronously. Without using a thread, the program will block and stop and will look inside the keylogging functionality, and the program will then will hang while waiting for the keystrokes to be captured. That is why we need to create a new thread to do the keylogging activities. And this is how we create a new thread using the new thread class constructor. And we also pass the function that we want to use for doing the keylogging activities. And that function is called doKeylogger. So once the thread is created, it will run this function in a separate thread concurrently. That function is defined here. So this function also tests whether the is started is true. If it is not started, that means if the keylogger has not been started, it will just return out of this function instead of continuing. But if the is started is true, it will continue to enter a loop. So this loop will continue looping permanently, and every 5 milliseconds it will pause so that it will not overwhelm the CPU. Each time it loops, you will get the new key press using this function and save it to a string. It will then output the key press to the console window for the client RAT for debugging purposes, so that we can see whether or not the keylogging actually is working. Then it will get the process window name and compare whether or not it is an old window or a new window. This is necessary so that the new window title can be captured and saved to the keylog. If it's a new window, then it will save the new window. If it's a new foreground window that the user is engaged in, it will then capture the new window and save it to the keylog. And then it will write the name right to the keylog, the key that was pressed. And this will go on and on. So this function, get new key press, is defined here. Alright, so this has been explained in my previous course, so I will not go into it again. Alright, all this already been explained before. So this is how the keylogging works. There are also two new functions which are here, public static void start keylogger and the public static void stop keylogger. So this is how the keylogger can be started or stopped. These two functions are called from the program main. So in the program main, if you recall, the program main has got a loop which is looping and waiting for commands to be sent by the server. So now we have two new functions here, two new commands which we add here. If the command from the server contains the string start keylog, it will then call the start keylogger function, which is over here, start keylogger. So start keylogger will set this variable is started to true, and that is where these two functions are being used, as we saw earlier. Over here, it will check whether it's true. The second place you check is when you are about to send the keylog to the server over here. So that is the importance of having that variable is true, is started. And that variable is controlled by the two public functions, start keylog and stop keylogger. So coming back to the program main, if the program main receives the stop keylog command from the server, it will then call the stop keylogger function from the client keylogger class. So that will be over here. Inside this stop keylogger function, we set the isStarted to false. So this is how you can start and stop the keylogger. So in the main class, these are the new things which has been added. If you scroll up, this is also a new line to start the keylogger. So now we can save this file, and then we will now delete the old release by going to your RAT binary folder. Please delete this one, and now we are going to rebuild the RAT. And so now the RAT has been successfully built. So this concludes the implementation of the keylogger in our client RAT. In the next video, we are going to do the server side. Thank you for watching. Welcome back. In this practical, we are going to implement the keylogging functionality in the server side. So fire up your XAMPP, start the Apache and MySQL. The first thing we need to do is modify our table. So open the phpMyAdmin, and open the table, clients table. So you notice now there is a new column which you need to create. I've already done that, and that column is the keylog column. So let me delete everything first and start afresh and show you how I do it. So to create a new keylog column, just go to structure, and then over here click add one, and then click on go. After you do that, you'll be asked to enter the details of that particular column. So for example, let me delete this column now and show you again how it's done. Okay, so click add one and then click go. So one more column will be added after this return string column. Click go. Inside here, give it a name keylog, and then the type, select long text, because we want to store a lot of text for keylogging. And then click save. After that, you should have a new column called keylog. So the second thing we need to do now is to go and write our two scripts which will enable that keylog to happen. So open your htdocs folder. The two scripts are send keylog, which is this one. So go and download it from the resource section and unzip it. You should have a folder called PHP scripts for keylogging. Inside it, you will find two files: open client PHP, the updated version, and send keylog. Copy both these files and put it in the htdocs. The send keylog file is a new file. The open client file is the updated version. You will overwrite the old one here. So now let me explain to you how it works. The send keylog file is called by the client. Coming back to our client code, the client keylogger, remember I explained this to you in the previous lesson. Every 15 seconds, this function on time event will be called, and each time it's called, it will upload key value pairs, the client name as well as the keylog, to this script, send keylog. So there will be two keys, client key and keylog key. So over here, if you open the send keylog, you will see that it is testing for the client key and also the keylog over here. If the client key exists and it is not empty, you extract the value for the client key and save the name of the client to the variable called client. You will also extract the keylog, the strings that are captured and sent by the client, extract it and save it in the keylog variable. You will then connect to the database and then update the client's table and set the keylog column to this value keylog here for the client name client. So this is how the keylog is being inserted into the table. Now let us look at the updated open client. The updated open client will have a new button over here, get keylog button, and also the corresponding button handler over here for the button get keylog. Let me just run it and show you what it looks like. So let's open our Google Chrome and connect to our server. So we need to have a client. So now let us go to our client machine and fire up the client. So now the client is running, and then if you refresh this, you should see a client. So now you click administer, and over here you will see this new button called get keylog. So before you can get the keylog, you will need to start the keylogger. So to start the keylogger, you need to send the command start keylog. Coming back to our client code, if you go to the program main, you will see that we have implemented this new command start keylog. So that is what we need to type here, start keylog. So once you start keylog, you click execute, and immediately you see on the client side keylogger started. You can now you can type anything here, testing the keylogger, and it will reflect here and see if it works. Okay, so I just type this. You can also type anywhere, not necessarily inside this black screen. You can open a notepad, for example, and type inside a notepad. So let's say I'm typing this is inside notepad test. Okay, and it will reflect here as well. And then you will notice on the client side a file has been created. If you open the file, you can see the captured, the title of the windows, as well as a string that is being captured for that particular windows. And this is notepad here, and this is the string inside the notepad. So now how does the server get the return string, get the client log? Just click on this, and then it will retrieve the client log from the MySQL and show it inside the text area. So when you click this client log here, what happens is it will call the script. It will call the script open client, and then it will test whether or not this new button here called get keylog has been clicked. So it will test that over here. If the button get keylog has been clicked, you will then open the keylog column from the client table where the name matches the name of the client. So, and then it will retrieve that and then show it inside the text area. So this is how it works. Okay, so this is how we can implement a keylogger in the server side. So with that, we have completed the functionality for keylogging. Thank you for watching. Hello and welcome back. In this new section, we are going to implement remote desktop capture to our botnet system. So in this first lecture, in this section, I will introduce you to our design as well as the concept of remote desktop capture for botnets. What is remote desktop capture? Basically, we will capture the victim's computer screen remotely. So on the left here is the victim's computer, and on the right is the attacker's computer. The victim's computer will have installed in it a RAT client, and the attacker's machine is the command and control server. The victim's computer will capture an image of the desktop and then send it up to the internet, through the internet, until it reaches the attacker's computer. That is basically the simplified concept for the whole system. What is remote desktop capture used for? It is used for remote monitoring and surveillance. It can also be used for classroom teaching, for assisting students, and also used in IT help desk to remotely assist customers. However, it can also be misused by malicious actors to spy and steal information. This is an optional functionality in RATs. Remote desktop capture design for botnets. What makes it different from our previous courses is that in our previous courses, our remote desktop capture is only one-on-one. That means one client for one server. However, in a botnet system, our server is managing multiple clients. So that is the challenge. So we have to design a new framework in order to be able to manage multiple remote desktop capture. So on the left here, we have our client RAT, and on the right, we have our command and control server. And the MySQL database is also involved in this. It sits on the command and control server machine. The client RAT will receive the command from the attacker if the attacker wants to capture a remote desktop. And once the client receives the command to capture the desktop, it will then save a copy of the desktop capture locally. And in this example, we will call it desktop JPG. And then at periodic intervals, maybe every 5 seconds or 15 seconds, it will upload this remote desktop image to the MySQL server database, which is residing on the attacker's machine. Then at any time the attacker wishes to do so, she may use the Chrome browser to connect to the server and retrieve the image from the database and view it. So this can be done dynamically. That means the desktop image can be updated quite fast so that it might appear as though we have a sequence of a video, or it can be used intermittently as and when the attacker wants to have a quick view of what the victim is doing. So basically, this is the conceptual design, very high level conceptual design of how we are going to implement remote desktop capture for our botnet system. Thank you for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Hello and welcome to the implementation for remote desktop capture for the client RATbot. So we are now going to implement this in the client RATbot C# code. Open your RATbot project in your Visual Studio, and this was the state of the code the last time we used it. So we are now going to add a new class for the desktop capture implementation. So right click on the Redbot project and then click on add, select class. Give the name client desktop and click on the add button. Go and download this zip file and unzip it. You can download it from the resource section for this lecture. Inside it you will find two files, the client desktop and the program. Open the client desktop, copy everything and paste it in your code to override everything here. Then click on save. Next, we are going to fix the missing imports. So for bitmap, hover your mouse over it, click on show potential fixes and then select using system drawing. Now all the missing imports have been fixed. Next, we will make changes to our program. So click on program and then open the program file from the download resources. Copy everything from here and overwrite everything in your program file and then click on save. I will now explain how it works. When the program starts, it will call the client desktop init client desktop method. Here, the desktop capture is initialized but not yet started. Then it will enter the perpetual while loop, waiting for a command from the server. Over here, we have added some new commands, the desktop capture commands. The first command is to start DC, which means start desktop capture. If this command is received, it will call the start desktop capture method that comes from the client desktop class. The client desktop class is a new class which we have added. On the other hand, if it receives the stop DC command from the server, it will call the stop desktop capture method which comes from the client desktop class. Stop DC stands for stop desktop capture. So those are the two new commands which we have implemented in the client code for the program. Now let us look at the client desktop. This is the client desktop class. Over here we have a public method called init client desktop, which is called from the program. When this function is called, it will create a 15 seconds timer and then starts it. Every 15 seconds, it will call the onTime event method. OnTime event method is down here. The purpose of onTime event is to send the desktop capture to the server. Now in this case here, originally we intended to capture the desktop to a file called desktop.jpg. However, I have improved on the design. Instead of the client RAT saving the desktop capture to a file, we can save it to memory. So you have two options, either desktop capture file or memory. I prefer saving it to memory. since it is faster and also does not create a new file unnecessarily. So this one is now changed to send desktop capture to server. It will test this boolean variable whether it is true or false. isStarted is a boolean variable to keep the state of the client desktop, whether it is started or not. If the client desktop is not started, then it will return. That means it will not proceed with the remaining part of this function. Return here means to exit this function without continuing the execution. However, if isStarted is true, then it will proceed to try to do the desktop capture and send it to the server. Inside here, it will create a name value collection called name values. We need this because we want to pass multiple parameters to the server. This first parameter is called client, and the second parameter we call it desktop 64, meaning base 64 encoded. The reason why we need to convert to base 64 encoding is because we are going to send a binary file to the server through the internet, and we can do the conversion to base 64 string by calling the to base 64 string method that comes from the convert class. We first call the getDesktop function. The getDesktop function will return a memory object, and then we convert it to array using the toArray method. GetDesktop is user defined. It is here. As you can see, getDesktop will return a memory stream. A memory stream is an object which is optimized for transmission of a binary object across a network. So if you want to know more details about this and how this works, you can refer to my earlier course, the second RAT course, where I explain in more details about how the getDesktop works. So here it returns a memory stream which will then be received here and converted to an array. After that, we call the web client upload values method. The upload values method receives two parameters: the address of the server which is going to receive the data, and the values which is to be sent. The name values has been initialized up here, and here is where we set it. Web client comes from web client from the program class. So we need this in order to send the desktop capture to the PHP script on the server. Program already created the web client. If you scroll up, you can see it created here. So there is no need to create a second web client. We can just declare this as a public static object, which will then allow it to be accessed from any part of our project. So that is why we can access it here. So once we got the web client, we are able to upload it, use the web client to upload values to the server. And the server will receive these values in this script, senddesktop.php. And when the server receives it, it will receive in two keys. The first key will be your client. equals, and then the name of the client. And then the second key that it receives will be your desktop 64 key, and then followed by your base 64 encoded data. So it will receive these two. So after it receives these two, it will extract the two values, which is the name of client and also the base 64 encoded data based on these two keys. So that is why we need to use a name value collection, so that we can add these two keys and then their corresponding data to the name values collection. This is necessary because the upload values method only receives two parameters. So we cannot have 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 parameters in here. We can only take 2 parameters. So in order to solve the limitation, we need to use an object that can inherently store multiple values. That is why we need to use name value collection objects. So with that, we have completed the implementation of the desktop capture on the client RAT bot. In the next practical, we are going to look at the implementation on the server side. That will include the coding for the new PHP script send desktop PHP, as well as the other changes to other scripts. And we also need to create a new column in our table in the database that will be able to store the desktop image. So now we can save this project and we can build it. So first of all, go to your RAT projects tree folder, open the RATbot project, RATbot, binary folder, release folder, and then delete the RATbot.exe and the keystrokes.txt file. And then make sure it's release build, click on build, rebuild RATbot, and you should see your new RATbot here. So in the next lecture, we will continue with the server-side implementation. Thank you for watching. Hello and welcome back. In this practical, we are going to implement the necessary changes on the command and control server in order to enable remote desktop capture for a botnet system. So let's get started. Now in the server side, we have the XAMPP htdocs folder. We need to create a new script. The new script is called send desktop PHP, and this is the script that is called by the client. Let's go back to the client code. Over here in the client desktop CS file, you will notice that the client uses a web client upload values function to call the send desktop PHP script and passes the name values collection to it. So now we have to implement this in the server side. So go and download a file called PHP scripts for desktop capture from the resource section for this lecture. Unzip it, and inside it you will find two files: the updated open client PHP script and the new send desktop PHP script. Copy both of these new files and put them in your htdocs folder. To overwrite the two existing files over there, the send desktop PHP as well as the open client PHP. The next thing you need to do is to open your phpMyAdmin and go over to the clients table and add this new column called the desktop column. So the desktop column is of type long block, meaning long binary large objects. This is used to store binary files. The reason why we choose this is because the desktop capture is a binary object. It is an image of a desktop. To create this, you first need to click add one column and then after keylog. Keylog was the last column we had, so we need to add one more column to it. We had to add one more column after keylog. So after you click go, it will ask you what is the name of the column. You call it desktop, and then here the type, you scroll down and select long block, and then click save. After you have done that, you will find that there will be a new column called desktop after the keylog. So now you can browse and you will see that you have a new column now in the table. So this new column is going to store the image of the desktop. So next is the script that will interact with this MySQL table to insert the captured image. So let's get back to the script now and open send-desktop.php. Remember, send-desktop.php is called by the client. So the client sends two values, the key and the value, the key and the value. So the client key will contain the name of the client computer. The desktop 64 key will contain the desktop image in base 64. As you will recall in the previous lecture, I already explained to you how it is being sent using the post method. So this is what is being sent when we execute web client upload values. We are sending the client key and the client value and the desktop key and the desktop value. That is what is being sent. So once this data is received by this script send-desktop.php, and this is a send-desktop.php script, it will check whether the client key is set and whether or not it is empty. If it is set and it is not empty, it will then extract the value for the client key and store it in the client variable. It will then extract the value for the desktop 64 key and save it in the desktop 64 variable. So the client here will contain the name of the client computer, and the desktop 64 variable will contain the image of the desktop in base 64 format. Then it will connect to the MySQL database, and then it will update the clients table by setting the desktop column to this value where the name is this value. So these two values here are desktop and client. Now you will notice for the desktop we have a new format called B, which means binary, or block meaning binary objects, and then client will be the string over here. After the bind param is executed, you need to send long data. So send long data is a method in the PHP which will send something which is long, usually a binary object. So here 0 means the first parameter. If you put 1, you'll be referring to the second parameter. But in this case, you want to send the first parameter, so we put 0 here. So the first parameter is your desktop image. And then we want to convert that binary image into base64 encoding. So this is the function that will convert the binary desktop image into a base64 format. After that, you execute it, and then it will perform this query on the MySQL table. Once this is completed, you will have the desktop image inside your column for the desktop for that particular client. And then the next thing is the updated open client script. The open client script will contain a new button. That button is called the Get Desktop button. Let me just run this and show you what it looks like. So I'm going to open the RAT and execute the RAT. So now the RAT is connected to my command and control server. I will now refresh and I will see the client there. Now I will administer it by clicking this. So when you click administer, it will call the open client script, and open client script will now show you a new page with a new button, Get Desktop button. So this is the new button that I was talking about over here, Get Desktop button. So when this Get Desktop button is clicked, it will send this value button Get Desktop to this script, because the action for this form is open client, which is this script. So once this script receives this data, it will check whether the button Get Desktop is being clicked. These are some new lines which I have added to test for this button whether it has been clicked or not. If it has been clicked, then we will connect to the MySQL server and then select the image from the desktop column from the client table where the name is equals to this. So the name here refers to the client. So from here, you will then execute it, and then it will bind the result to the desktop variable, and then after that, we will echo back an image of the desktop. So this image here will be displayed at the bottom part of this page. Just below this link here, it will show the image. So now let us try to execute the command to start the desktop capture. The command is called start DC. Just to remind you, I will go back to the client, the program code. The command to start the desktop capture is called start DC. Correspondingly, the command to stop the desktop capture is called stop DC. So now we want to start DC, start DC. We click on this and we see here receive start DC command. And here you can see also the console echoes this so that we can debug to make sure it is working. So now the desktop is being captured, and every 15 seconds it will capture the desktop. So if you go back to your code here, you will see that the client desktop has got a timer event which fires every 15 seconds, and every 15 seconds it will call this function onTime event. OnTime event will then check whether the desktop capture is started. If it is, then it will perform the desktop capture and send the data to the server. So this variable is started here, is called from here, start desktop capture. So start desktop capture is called from the program. So the start desktop capture merely sets the value of the boolean variable is started to true. On the other hand, the stop desktop capture sets the it started false. So here we can delete this since this is not actually needed. This is was a remnant from the previous design which we did previously. So we can safely actually delete this, we don't need that. So once this is being captured, it will be uploaded to the server, to this script. You will execute this script and save it into the database. Now we can click on Get Desktop. So when you click on Get Desktop, you will fetch the desktop image from the database. So you will do it here. You will fetch from the database and then save it in this variable and then echo back this image. So in HTML, img tag is for inserting an image on the HTML page. So the start of the tag is here, img, and the end of the tag is here. And in between, you can specify the width of the image and then the source of the image. And here you have to specify the type of the image is a JPEG, and also specify that it is a base64 encoded, so that over here you should be able to perform the correct encoding for the image so that it can display properly over here. So basically that is how we can implement the server side. So if you wanted to stop the desktop capture, you can now go to your command control screen here and issue the command stop DC and click execute. And here it says receive stop DC, and on the client side it will also console write the debugging information desktop capture stop. So with that, we have completed the implementation of the remote desktop capture for the Botnet system. Thank you for watching. Congratulations on completing the course. Thank you once again for taking this course. Please remember to keep me updated on your progress or anything else that I can help you with. Meanwhile, here are my other courses which might interest you. Number 1. Learn ethical hacking by hacking real websites legally, Part 2. Learn ethical hacking by hacking real websites legally, Part 1. Internet of Things, IoT, robotics, and hacking with Node MCU. How to monetize your Construct 2 games using AdMob Ads 2020. Android mobile app development with Onsen UI and PhoneGap. Monetize your mobile PhoneGap apps using AdMob Ads 2020. Create mobile app icons using Inkscape. That is all from me, and I wish you all the best and hope to see you again in my future courses. Thank you.